They are very hot. They are very illustrated. 3 months. 3 months we shall be done. We shall be gone. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we hope so.
That's our prayer.
I think we need now a new generation, a new thinking, that can remove this militarization.
Authorities, yeah. True.
That's because we're in the top. We're in the place. The press is of the press. Because the press is
Yeah.
because the press is like your vote. I have to do this one.
Yes.
People who come in the morning. If I don't have one, I see the translation.
That's true.
That is what I'm here at home. Just like you are renting your home.
Yeah.
It is serious. And there's a way in which people are coordinated. You even arrive home late.
They will know.
They will know he has come.
In the morning you will find it.
A line.
Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. I also want to inform you that the Parliament of Uganda will host the second Women Parliament sitting on Monday, 3rd March, as part of the commemoration of the International Women's Day 2025. This year, Parliament will be held, Women's Day will be held here before they go to Chankwansi for the national celebration. And the theme of the discussion for the women members of Parliament, the councillors out there, the LOC5s who are women, will be consolidating women's social and economic transformation in Uganda. So we are going to invite our women from districts to come and have an interaction with their women members of Parliament. And you discuss issues concerning women. And the event will take place here. We will give one woman to chair, and we will have a debate for women, and women will. But if we have men who also want to attend, like I've seen Elope smiling, you will be welcome. So we'll have that day 3rd for women, and we discuss women issues and see how best we can be able to help a woman. Once you have a woman who is empowered, then you have an empowered nation. So that's what we need to do. And we'll ask you to support our women out there to be able to come here. Honorable members, we've been having a number of issues in schools, and this still takes us to parenting. There is a kid who got drowned in a swimming pool. Teachers really need to take responsibility once parents entrust children to them. You cannot have a kid who has never gone to a swimming pool, just pushed there and he gets drowned. It's a very bad thing. We had a kid who was slaughtered in Soroti and dumped in a pit latrine. And after removing that kid, there were 4 other skulls in the same latrine. We had a kid who committed suicide in Seta. I think we need to do a lot of parenting for our children, and the teachers equally need to help us with these children. They need to understand the children they are dealing with. As parents out there, we need to do a lot of parenting, and teachers, once you're entrusted with people's children, please take responsibility of people's children. And we'll make sure that if it is you who is entrusted with a kid, you take personal responsibility as a teacher. If you think a school should be, a school will be the one taking responsibility, you who is with a teacher should take personal responsibility. Because you can't be here, the kid doesn't know how to swim, you're busy on WhatsApp, and then at the end of the day, the school is blamed. It should be you who is with the kid. You take strict liability. I want to thank you so much, and I wish you nice deliberations. Yeah. Yes. Jessica?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to thank you for the innovation on how best we can celebrate Women's Day for this year. I am seeking for clarity, one, on how we are going to invite the women to come to participate on 3rd. And the number of women that we can bring, so that we shall be able, as leaders of our districts, we shall be able to support. Two, on the issue of our children, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, as I agree on parenting, but I think also the school administration should do more. Because we have the PTA, we have the BOG. They regularly have meetings. They are supposed to provide leadership as immediate leadership on behalf of the government, because they are the governing bodies. Then the issue of security intelligence. If 4 skulls were got in one pit latrine, people are not killed like a way of killing or slaughtering a chicken. So I think our intelligence system within the school environment needs also to be improved. Because from 1 to 4 skulls, that means probably there are even other children probably killed, and up to now we don't know about. And lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, as a way of sending warning to the community, the actions taken against those schools should be made to this house, so that we will be able to spread what actions have been taken, but also the public will be able to watch, so that others can be scared and we all join hands to protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The issue of invitation of the women to attend the session is going to be handled by CPS. We have a department of corporate planning and strategy, and they're handling that. And the issue of parenting, when we give our children to schools, to teachers, that is an extension of parenting. They become the parents of those kids. So by doing that, you have to take responsibility of these kids, the welfare of these kids. It's very, very bad for somebody to take a kid and then it's called the next day that your kid got a problem, is dead. It's very dangerous. Yes. Ed Dakas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank you for the initiative.
You're all standing on communication. And honorable members will want to hear from the Minister of Education on what action they've taken, especially on that school where a kid was killed in the latrine. We want to hear from the Minister of Education. So, government.
Madam Speaker, we request that we can have a statement tomorrow. We shall update tomorrow because the Minister of Education is not here now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to add my voice to really thank you for bringing women closer to this Parliament and indeed providing a platform for, I believe, a discussion on socio-economic development for women. Madam Speaker, whatever the discussions will be, I would like to let you and this House know that some of the programs that have been put out there for a socio-economic transformation for women, some of them are not working. I would speak for Kaberemaido, where this so-called the GROW program, almost no woman has been able to benefit. Likewise, even PDM has had challenges. So the banks are at the center of making these programs difficult. Madam Speaker, I hope that during these discussions, that some of those things can be corrected. I thank you.
Thank you. One of the reasons why we want to have this discussion, we want to call these people who are managing, say, GROW. managing PDM. Tell us how are women benefiting? How are women benefiting from this? Yes. Ethel. Then Brenda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as local governments, we appreciate the fact that women are being thought of who are at local governance level, and they are yet to interact with parliamentarians. We await that, and we are praying that even at a later time, we shall have the same extended, even though there isn't any funding in local government or gender, finance could quickly provide for something, so that at least as we have this discussion, which I know, Madam Speaker, you've already balanced, and many districts, especially from the different regions, are going to be involved, but a provision is also made that later on down. And Madam Speaker, as we go on to plan for Women's Day, we are praying that even the women out there who have been abducted, who are out in cells for no good reason, for only this time, they are gifted, so that for Women's Day, they are given justice. And we see that at least Uganda is somewhere as far as matters of women are concerned. And not only women, but generally all Ugandans get justice as a gift. We are praying, at least for Women's Day. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, just maybe to remind, what I had forgotten was I got a list of petitioners from northern Uganda, specifically from Lira. I think from Lira. From Lango. From Lango. And the petition was about representation of workers in the house. And their claim is there is no inclusivity, fairness, and equity in the representation. And for them, they believe, since in the representation of youth, people with a disability, the elderly, all regions are represented. So in their considered view, they think Section 8, subsection 3 of Election of Parliamentary Act on election of workers should be amended to include the region, not only include the gender. Because the Section 3 says that there shall be one woman out of the 5, it does not specify that all regions must be represented like other interest groups. So the petition was brought, and I think we'll have an amendment to that effect. Yes, Brenda.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to appreciate your recognition for the women in this country. And Right Honourable Speaker, we would like to exactly know the number of women, because when they see this communication, they will have high expectations. And it will...
On the issues of women, please follow it up with the CPS. Follow it up with the CPS. Your members of parliament, you're free to enter any office here.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Including Lop's office.
It will help us to give them the right information as they are members of parliament. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to appreciate you for also looking into consideration of the case of the student that we lost. Right Honourable Speaker, almost every year we lose students in mysterious ways. In my constituency, there is a time we buried a girl who just died in bed in one of the Mukono schools. There is a boy who was burnt in a certain school. We've seen these things in media, and I would like us as leaders and government to take action. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you. Authority.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank you for lifting women and for loving women. And I would like to appreciate the concern or the update on sharing our Women's Day with our women down there. But my humble request, Madam Speaker, is that as it has been a norm in the few years I have been in Parliament, that we, especially the women members in the opposition, have been denied to celebrate the Women's Day in our districts. I would request as a house, as you, her mother, give a directive that we be allowed to celebrate our Women's Day just like any other MP in any other party. And then number 2, Madam Speaker.
There is information from a Minister of Local Government, Honorable Victoria. You get it.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In case there were difficulties in some districts for causes which we should know, it's not correct to give a sweeping statement that where there are women members of Parliament in opposition, they are not allowed. I want to give my testimony that I represented the Prime Minister in Kasese, and the function was very colorful, and the Member of Parliament is present. There were NRMs, there were all parties represented, religious leaders, bishops, RDCs, and it was one of the best days I witnessed. She's around.
Florence. No, let me first hear from Florence.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, it was an activity organized by the district, and the Prime Minister was the chief guest. The Minister of Honorable
Victoria
represented the Prime Minister. Though we've got challenges as opposition members of Parliament, because I organized mine, I was blocked, Right Honorable Speaker. However, that of the district was not blocked. Thank you so much.
Honorable members. Honorable members, can I have silence? Honorable members.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My colleagues, learning never ends. The moment you work as a team to celebrate one annual celebration, I think you cannot get a problem. So for the district to organize theirs, the woman MP to organize hers, is a reflection that there is no cohesion. I call for cohesion so that one day is celebrated and organized by all of you. Thank you.
Honorable members, our members of Parliament, the women members of Parliament from opposition had an issue that they reported to this House. One can give an example of Susan. One can give an example of Susan. Prime Minister, all what these girls are asking for. These girls are asking for something small. That they want to celebrate a Women's Day with their women. They want to celebrate a Women's Day with their women. This is election time. How will they go to the field there and you're not allowing them to associate with their women? You get it? Let me tell you, by now, electors out there have decided whom they will vote for. however much you influence how. But don't deny them to celebrate. Don't deny them. Let them have a celebration with their people, so long as it is a peaceful celebration. There is no problem with that. Yes. Wait. The Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to thank you, Right Honorable, for expressing the women the way they want to express themselves in their constituencies. I just want to say
in an orderly way.
Yes. The NRM government has brought freedom for women. It embraces women, and all the women, you are supposed to celebrate with your women when the Women's Day comes. I'm even here to be invited to come and officiate at your Women's Day. All women, please, you are allowed to celebrate with the women, because there is no need of again being refused to celebrate with the women. But what I would also want to say, we need cohesion. Like the Honorable was saying, if we have a Women's Day for the district, please come and join us. Come and join the district so that you celebrate the Women's Day with the district. It will be a very good function to see you when you are with your women. I thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise this issue before the Prime Minister spoke. One of the challenges that has been expressed here is because of the expiry of the mandate of the National Women's Council. The Electoral Commission released the roadmap for general elections, including the different special interest groups. One that is missing conspicuously is the National Women's Council. Their mandate expired in 2022, and there has been an extension. The meeting that will be convened here, if that council was functional and had the mandate, fresh mandate through elections, some of the issues coming here would have been discussed there. So I wanted to bring to your attention first to require government to liaise with the Electoral Commission to explain why the election for National Women's Council of all the special interest group is missing from the general roadmap that has been released. What is so special around that? But also too, so that when you meet on Monday the 3rd,
Prime Minister, are you getting
it can
that
be
you need to find out? Have you finished, Jonah? No. I was telling her to cause.
But I can. Right Honorable Speaker, the question for the women missing on the roadmap, I think it was just an oversight. Yesterday we discussed it in Cabinet. The women are supposed to be included on the roadmap. And yesterday's Cabinet, we raised it, and they are going to be included on the roadmap. I thank you.
Can you get in touch with the Electoral Commission and let us know whether it was you're with them? So let's have that done, and we have the election for the National Women Council. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But Soroti has not finished. Soroti, you're not repeating on the issues of Women's Day. You ladies celebrate your Women's Day, but within the law and peacefully, in an orderly way.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And we should also be allowed to invite chief guests of our own interest. That is one of them. Okay, Madam Speaker, I want to say something on the issue of a 6-year-old child who was slaughtered in the toilet. Madam Speaker, in Soroti, Madam Speaker, there is vivid evidence about this slaughter, and I want to thank the police that have managed to handle the issue. And I want to request that as a mother, as leaders, we follow it up closely, because this team of people should actually, if it was under my reach, possibly would have also been slaughtered. Because it is one of the children, it is evidence that one of the children testified.
They should face the law. That should
Madam
not come
Speaker,
from a leader like you.
Should face the law and be worked on as they also worked on the child. Madam Speaker, this has raised tension in the city, and many of the people are really aggrieved about this issue, and we need the ministry.
I was actually surprised with all the leaders of Soroti. Nobody had ever raised this, and that's why I was forced to bring it up. When I saw you here, I said, I think I am now seeing Soroti. Nobody brought it up all these days. Yes? Somebody is giving information.
I'm giving information.
It is on that, a very serious matter, that of the kid.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, that incident happened, but the Honourable Member thanked the police and government for the swiftness in doing things. So immediately they took over, made arrests.
Police is under government.
Don't worry. Immediately they took over, they arrested the directors of the school. All the accomplices were also arrested, arranged to court. The school was closed, and it was, I think, it wasn't the first time it was happening. I think it was happening over time, but this time they were able to, with this child that died, it was really a sad moment. And indeed, this will not continue. We will ensure that there's more vigilance, and like you have stated in the opening remarks, you said that we should parent, because also this was a little bit of negligence from the matron. Even when the other child had seen the problem, she ran to the matron chased her away. And actually, it was even the children of the director who, when police asked them some few questions, they were able to submit in more evidence that implicated even the wife of the director. So I think government has done very well, and we are proud. We will proceed with ensuring that there's
Honourable
more.
Minister,
I thank you.
Honourable Minister of Education, we want to know what action you've taken on such a school. We want to know what. Before you come, let's hear from Ebwalu.
Madam Speaker, we need justice. We need justice for that young girl, Joan Apio. That twin, you are a mother of twins. The girl they killed was a twin. And I can tell you, it was very traumatizing. There are schools that want to get rich because of rituals, because of doing sacrifices. They are killing our children. We trust our children to schools, knowing that the schools will take care of our children. If you are the ones killing our children, where do we take our children? Madam Speaker, I want to request you. Our inspectorate in the country is dead.
Which inspectorate?
The inspectorate, that is the education inspectors. Education inspectors, I do not know what is the minimum standard of starting a school in Uganda. I have a school in our constituency. It has 2 classrooms. They have built the classrooms with mabati. They even don't have a toilet, but it's a school. Then you wonder, what are the inspectorates doing, the inspectors of schools? Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to you.
I think that's of standards. In the ministry.
Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to you that you interest yourself in this matter. This matter should not be managed locally in Soroti. The file will be missed. I want to appeal to you, Madam Speaker, that interest yourself in this file so that we follow this matter to its logical conclusion.
Honourable Minister, this case is a very serious issue. It's a very, very serious issue. You're owner of a school. You know such a thing can happen to your school one time. So the earlier we stop it, the earlier we stop that, the better. What action have you taken on that school?
Thank you very much.
Wait.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, I want first of all to thank you for the concern. This is indeed a very serious matter that we should not joke over it. It's true there have been those cases, and the police has taken it up, has started the investigations. We hope as a ministry that the report that will come from police will give us a direction. But it's also true that what we have agreed as a ministry is to improve on the inspection of these schools. Right Honorable Speaker. And our team has gone out and they're trying to do their best to see to it that all the minimum basic requirements are adhered to. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
So what have you done to that school?
Pardon?
What has been done to that school?
Right Honorable, the inspector, my team has gone on site and they're compiling a report.
And
the school.
Honorable Minister, you need to take keen interest in that school. You need to take keen interest. Yes, Shadow?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for raising this matter. And what I'm saying here is in a good spirit. You see, a school, Madam Speaker, can only survive if its triangle is functioning very well. Parents, teachers, and the children. What we need to do as the Ministry of Education, and even our side, we can give support. Whether you have minimum standards, they must be improved. We have challenges now. One of the information you have, Madam Speaker, is that one of these students killed himself because he wanted 1 million as pocket money. Or 2 million, I think something like that. Once, Madam Speaker, honourable members.
That is a different version.
It's a different version.
That's a different version.
Yeah.
We are talking about a young girl slaughtered in a toilet, where an outsider came and slaughtered a kid in the toilet. You get it, eh?
Madam Speaker.
Listen. Now, the other one where a boy wanted 2 million shillings is different from what we are talking about. And that's where we are saying, now this calls for parenting. It calls for parenting. You should know what to do with these kids who are in adolescent stage. When a kid asks you, this is what I want, and we tend to spoil our children. You and me who think we have money, every time you want to give this kid a lot of money, at a time when you don't have, then this kid, you'll face it.
Madam Speaker, that's why I began by talking about a triangle. Already the Minister of Education, why I was talking about standards, we have a challenge. There are children of 3 years who are in boarding section, and these are nursery kids. Secondly, Madam Speaker, why I'm insisting on my issues I'm giving, the challenges we have, me as a minister, we have to revisit the minimum standards. Madam Speaker, as we talk now, do you know, there is what is happening in schools, end of year party called the promo. Parents are all sweating. All these are challenges and they cause anxiety in the children. One parent cannot afford giving a daughter of his makeup and dressing, which is worth 3 million above the school fees he pays for 1 day. And then a chopper is taken to a school where a child is going to move with a chopper to get her friends and all that. A limousine. These are challenging factors that are causing anxiety and can end up making children kill themselves or fight others. But what I'm requesting, Madam Speaker, as members, we request the Ministry of Education, let us sit down and look at those standards. When you talk about a swimming pool, Madam Speaker, is it among the minimum standards of a school? Once it is there, what do you have to put in place that allows swimming pools and all those factors in schools? The moment you don't have them, challenges are on parents, challenges are on school owners. Madam Speaker, I can tell you one scenario. One time I went to a boarding school. A child, they allow them to call their parents at 100 shillings per minute. A child talked to his mother for 10,000 at 100 shillings per minute. Now, you gave my child to a boarding school. Now, at school, you are calling me above 1 hour. 10,000 at 100 shillings per minute. How long did the mother talk to the child? Yet, I'm in control of that child as a teacher or a run of a school. All these are challenges must address.
Honorable Minister, you will bring a paper to that effect, and we need to have minimum requirements for every school. If it means not visiting children and food is provided for at schools, it should be this kind of having classes in schools should stop. Next.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, there are parents. Okay.
Hello. Cow.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come to salute your clarion call which you have made on the importance of parenting. And Madam Speaker, it takes two to tango. It has to be women and men to have those parenting skills successfully. But Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of a little known date every other end of year. It is 19th November. It is incidentally the International Day of Men. And I have admired the energy, the zeal, and the zest that you have demonstrated in promoting the observance of the International Women's Day. And all of us men will be supportive of that, I assure you, Madam Speaker. We shall throw our weight behind your invitation. But to be impartial, to be inclusive, to exhibit equity, I wish you would equally demonstrate same energy in promoting the International Day of Men on 19th November. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, we will do that on 19th November on the Men's Day. A woman, we need to coexist. And for us to coexist, you need a man and a woman together. Yes, Honourable Law.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, for those of you who don't know, Honourable Nambeshe, the Chief Opposition Whip, is a presiding apostle. So he fights for the rights of women and men collectively. Honourable Speaker, firstly, I want to appreciate the statement you have made that our women leaders should be able to celebrate with their constituents. Hopefully government this time round will behave to that bare minimum. It is okay for those that would want to attend the national celebration, but a woman MP can choose not to even go there. I don't think that's a crime. And she organizes her own peacefully to meet her voters. I don't see anything wrong or illegal about that, Honorable Rusoke.
After the national celebration.
Absolutely, absolutely. It could even be on another day. That's okay. So she can go for the national one firstly, and then organize her own to be able to connect with her voters and even tell them about the work that they do here in Parliament. I think that should be all right. Right, Honorable Speaker, a colleague wants to give information. If the woman MP for Bukedia allows that information.
When I'm seated here, I'm not a woman MP of Bukedea.
Thank you so much.
The speaker has not given you permission. He asked the woman MP, who is not here.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I was tapping into the woman leader in
There
you.
is an order.
Anyhow,
There is an order.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
We are guided by our rules of procedure, and we know how to address the person presiding Parliament. I've heard my friend, the LOP, mention about the woman member of Parliament for Bukedea allowing a member to give information. And therefore, is he in order, really, to disregard what the rules of procedure dictates? Is he in order?
Thank you.
Is this a market?
Thank you. Goretti, Susan. I am the one to make a ruling, you people. You see, we're talking about women. And I think that's where Lope borrowed it from, a woman member.
Honourable Speaker, thank you for updating the Minister for Energy, who came late today. I will proceed in earnest, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would...
Honourable members, we have a lot of business on the order paper.
Honourable Speaker, I want to firstly give a quick update to the House. Last week I raised a matter here, and I tabled names of persons that had been abducted, and the families and lawyers, and their fellow leaders in our party, we were struggling to establish the whereabouts of these people. I want to give an update now that I raised this matter and you allowed me to table the names. Those people were released by security forces, and so I thought it's important that I bring that update back to the House here.
Thank you. They were released by security forces, not thugs.
And that's the important thing, Right Honourable Speaker, because the way they were picked up, no one could tell which kind of people these were. And so now that they were released, in fact, some were released from police stations.
There is an order.
Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition is a honorable member. The leader of opposition is a honorable member of Parliament. And the word honorable must show the caliber of a person. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Lope, in his submission, has used a very bad word to call the forces of this country, a word that I cannot mention, because when I mention, my people of Busia will say I'm not a honorable member. Therefore, can the Lope withdraw that word? So I cannot mention the word because I will not be a honorable member, Madam Speaker. I cannot mention the word because I will not be a honorable member. Can he withdraw the word
Thank
that
you.
he mentioned?
Honourable members, Lob, finish.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Honourable Macho. I see he's very smart today.
Which word did you?
I don't know. Are you sure I mentioned that? Right Honourable Nabanja? Can you prove that? I'm challenging you to prove that.
Honourable members.
I'm challenging you,
Honourable
Prime
members.
Minister.
Honourable Prime Minister.
You sit down, you even came late. Honourable Speaker, let me proceed.
Lob. Honourable members. On Thursday, when Lop raised that issue, he said they were thugs. And I made him to withdraw that word. And that's why I was just reminding him that they are not thugs. Now, it is security personnel who have got back the people. He said, he alleged that they were thugs. So now he has said it is security personnel who have delivered back, who released the people. That's why I mentioned the thugs. Yes, you have something to say?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, actually the word I used wasn't even thugs. I used the word goons. And I said, I hope government can come and own up so that we don't take these to be goons. Because the way they conducted the arrest, they were in plain clothes, they had guns, they were driving ordinary cars.
Can you conclude?
And so, no one could identify them as security persons. And so we're asking government, either these are goons or you own up. And as I conclude that particular matter, Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to call upon government. Let's observe the law. When you want to conduct an arrest, our laws are clear. The Constitution, the Police Act, and the plethora of other laws in our country. How you get to conduct an arrest. Right Honorable Speaker, we might have a challenge in this country at some point. That these fellows in plain clothes will go with guns, try and abduct somebody, and assuming the person fights back and maybe kills one of them. Under what law are you going to charge this person who is acting in self-defense? Because this person is saying, I don't know who you are. You are in plain clothes, you have guns, you have come to attack me. If this person fights back and harms one of them, you cannot charge them. So let's follow the law. That's my appeal, and I hope that we can get to do that. Honorable Speaker, in similar vein, I again want to call on government in following the law. Our Constitution, Article 27 thereof, provides for a couple of things. Government can get to search any premises. And this is because we were raided, my political party was raided, headquarters, by different security outfits, chased away our party officials, broke our doors, took away laptops, money, and several other things. And what has perplexed me, Right Honorable Speaker, is I don't know why government cannot follow some simple basics of the law. No one stops you from conducting a search, even at my house. You have a right to conduct a search. But one, come with a search warrant. Two, let me be present. We have keys to our offices. Why do you have to break? Yet we have keys and we can open for you. Can we follow these simple precepts of the law? You have a right to conduct a search anywhere, by the way. Anywhere. Including in my office here at Parliament, because I'm in it today, tomorrow I'm not. But can you follow the law in doing that? Because now you break and damage property, we have got to replace that, money is taken, computers and so on. Why don't we follow the law? It would be different if you had come with a warrant and say, open, we want to search, and we refuse. There you can do whatever you want to do, but you didn't do that. Government, why do we not want to follow the law? Because then you make people to become suspicious about several things.
You mean your office was broken in?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. And I saw police actually justifying it, saying they went to pick some exhibits. I said, but now, which court of law are you going to use those exhibits in? Because no one was there to corroborate. How do I be brought to court to say, you concede that this was gotten from your office of your premises, when I was not there? Honorable Speaker, hopefully the Attorney General responds to these issues. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, so that he responds generally.
There is an order.
No problem.
Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, like you said, Parliament has got a lot of work. Whenever we come here, you are dragged, Right Honorable Speaker, into unfounded allegations. Unfounded allegations. And I believe the reason is to make government look dirty. This government has protected Ugandans And that's why everybody is proud, including investors. Is it in order for the LOP all the time to come here to dirt any government? Yes, that is the intention. In my presence as a leader of government. Are you in order?
Honorable members,
allegations without evidence. Are you in order?
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. When I asked the LOP that you mean your officers were raided, because I didn't know that they were raided. I didn't know. Actually, I didn't know because I'm not there to hear whatever happens. I was only very disappointed when I saw my old men from Teso. And I'm going to follow those old men paraded in new offices. Why would an old man? Is that the place that gives out money for compensation? Compensation is given from Parliament. We are not going to allow this. You will not do this in Teso.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you, and with your permission, I could clarify that small issue. Our political party, our doors are open to anybody that comes to us to advocate for them.
The issue
so
of
elders
Teso,
from Teso came to our office. I don't know if you wanted us to chase them away. But they came and raised their concerns and said, please advocate for us as Teso war claimants for us to be paid. We received them. I don't know what's illegal about that. But let me not be distracted, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Attorney General, he says he has a list. He's talking about a list that
Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of the Right Honourable Prime Minister, because she was saying there's no evidence, police released a statement. And Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the Prime Minister that this Parliament discusses critical issues, and that's why you normally encourage us to be here by 2. By 2, you were in your chair. The Prime Minister came very late. If you respect the issues of Parliament, please come early, like the rest of us.
She didn't come late.
Honourable Speaker, she was not here at 2. That's the truth.
Come late.
But let me wrap up with this issue,
late.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Order.
Lop, you sit. Lop, you sit. Lop, you sit. Can we go to the next item? Next item. Next item. Next item.
Motion.
We will handle your issues. Next item.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government.
What is your issue?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In fact, I would have been done had I not been interrupted by the Prime Minister. Right Honourable Speaker, I have a list that I would like to table here for the attention of the Attorney General. The Supreme Court delivered a ruling saying for matters that had been handled by the court-martial, either free these people or transfer their files to the civilian courts. Some of these files were transferred. There's several other lists, people whose files have not been transferred. Let me table this list, Right Honourable Speaker.
Give it to AG.
It has got names Sechitoleko Yasin Machete, who is on hunger strike, Kavuma Musa, Gibsiwa Abdallah, Kalanzi Sharif, Mwonge Joseph, Jimmy Galukande, Kato Umar, Abdallah Chintu, Mwase Patrick, Agaba Anthony, Angulibo Siraj, Andama Habza, Ida Kasim, and finally, Buga Ratib. These people were remanded by the court-martial, which no longer has authority over them. When are their files going to be transferred to the civilian courts like everybody else? Because they are being on remand under the court-martial has got no place in the law.
Give it
Government and Attorney General, when are these files going to be transferred to the civilian courts? I do lay the list, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, when you make the House unruly, you'll miss out even to speak what you're supposed to speak. But I want to reiterate this. And this information goes even to the people out there. This madness of parading our old parents, huh? Order to who? You cannot start parading all the people in the name of compensation. You bring all the people all the way from Teso. That can never happen, and it should never happen. And we are looking for the people who are doing that. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to United States dollars 100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, private window. United States dollars 50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, public window. And United States dollars 25 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize Uganda Development Bank Limited. 2, to authorize government to guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow up to United States dollars 40 million from the Islamic Development Bank, United States dollars 30 million from the Islamic Corporation for the development of the private sector, and United States dollars 30 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation.
Oh, he's on the run. I've lost him. He's on the run.
Yes.
I saw a minister, I was scared. So.
Honourable members, as you may recall, on Wednesday 5th, 2025, February, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled a proposal to authorize government to borrow up to USD 100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, a private window, USD 50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, public window, USD 25 million from OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize UDB, to guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow from USD 40 million from Islamic Development Bank, USD 30 million from Islamic Corporation for development of a private sector, ICD, and USD 30 million from International Development Trade Finance Corporation. The proposal was referred to the Committee of National Economy, which is now ready to report, and pursuant to Article 159, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 155 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance to move a motion for the borrowing, and then I will invite the Minister. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this institution is a key institution to governance and democracy. The leader of opposition raised the issues of abduction, issues of raiding political parties' offices, But also we have an unfinished issue of the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment. I thought that the Attorney General is going to develop appetite to respond to these issues. Because as far as I know, you have partially transmitted files. There are other people who are still crying there before they are in jail, their warrants ended. I thought you will brief Parliament, because Parliament, and I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, on this issue. But I am raising a procedure. I don't know what's wrong with people who put on military uniforms when they are civilians. Because in the military, there are no procedure. Is that what you want to suggest, Honorable Abe? When others are raising procedure, you wait. Procedure are not raised concurrently. So, Madam Speaker, I want to seek for your indulgence for the Attorney General to lay the fears, not only of those of us who are here, but the country, on issues of abduction, issues of raiding political parties' headquarters, but also issues of getting everybody who has a file, like the Supreme Court ruled, transferred. When are they going to be transferred? You cannot transfer them at leisure.
Honourable members, I am happy that the rules of procedure were made by us in this House. And when I see senior members of Parliament not respecting the rules of procedure, I want to refer you to Rule 2222, reconsideration of a decision of the House. It is out of order to attempt to reconsider a specific question. Remember, that question was raised and it was forwarded to Attorney General. Attorney General cannot give you a feedback. We have given him the information and he's going to come back to the House and give you a feedback. He does not keep those people in his brain. Those people are somewhere. He has to go and consult and find. The other day you raised an issue, and I am happy you have come back to say the issue was solved, and that issue will equally be solved. We are here to work for people outside there. We are not working for ourselves. It is to our best interest that everybody is peaceful in this country. Next item.
But Madam Speaker, the same rules as you have cited them, they limit the interaction of the Speaker. Reason is that the rules don't want the Speaker to be the one answering on behalf of government.
Honourable Minister. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Maybe before you bring a procedural matter, Honourable Minister, are you going to move an omnibus motion, or you're going to handle one by one? No, I am done asking. Are you going to do it?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my motion is consistent with the item which appears on order paper. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, about a month ago, the Minister of Finance presented to this House the National Development Plan 4. When the committee reported, you kindly asked this House to give what I consider to have been an interim approval. And the wording of the Act, National Planning Act, Authority Act, is that we approve and adopt. I remember you made a ruling that we had given an approval subject to some improvements that was supposed to come back to this House
capturing what was said in the House and bringing to lay on table.
Actually, that day there was nothing said in the House. There was no debate, Madam Speaker, if I can refresh your memory. So in that National Development Plan, the point I want to make is that for the next 5 years, the planning... Madam Speaker, just a moment. I'll come to that, Madam Speaker. I just beg your indulgence. The next 5 years, whether it's under NRM or the next government, development is expected in each and every corner of this country. What we had observed, Madam Speaker, in that draft National Development Plan, there was serious imbalance. I went and did an analysis. Out of the total budget to implement NDP 4, there is a particular region that is taking 50%, more than 50% of the budget that is going to be spent in the next 1 year. And yet, when we are here, we borrow money that each and every citizen of this country pays that loan. When the projects are skewed, Madam Speaker, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of roads, in terms of agro-industrialization, the industries that are going to be spread in the country, and so many others, I particularly feel that I have not represented my people, because we are not going to be servicing loans, projects that go into particular areas and others are left. Madam Speaker, the question I want to ask is that we had expected the Minister of Finance to come back. This is a national development plan. Let the nation see themselves in this plan. We had only given approval, which was temporary, but the adoption was withheld by this parliament.
We had given 1 month for you to come and lay the document on table. Where is the NDP 4 that was supposed to be laid on table? No, we gave 1 month.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To the best of my recollection, I think we are still within 130 days period.
No, you are not actually here even.
So then let me commit that I comply next week. So can I go ahead?
Which date?
Next week.
Can I have the NDP 4 on Thursday?
Next week on...
no, Thursday this week.
Thursday next week.
This week. Thursday this week.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister is asking for Tuesday. It's okay. It's okay. Honorable Prime Minister, you smile for once for Jonah.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you know, I was somehow hurt when the rope said I was yes, that I came late. When my deputy was here, you know, the Prime Minister you have is a busy Prime Minister. Very busy indeed doing government work. I know the rope has got liberty. He has even time to parade, to politic. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me now go to NDP 4. Right, Honorable Speaker, NDP 4, we want to also refine what you put it, embed it in our plan, then the cabinet pass it. I request for 2 weeks.
It's okay. Let's have it. Even the 2 weeks will pass. Yes, so long as we have a commitment from you. Honorable Kema, Mr. Kema, get for us the date of 2 weeks. So that we have it on record that the NDP 4 will be laid on such and such a date. Yes.
Madam Speaker and colleagues,
Maybe before you move your motion in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of district leaders from Kakumiro district. They are led by the district speaker, my colleague, the district speaker. You first stand up. That is my district speaker. The LOC 3 chairpersons. You stand up with LOC 3 chairpersons. The sub-county NRM team from 24 sub-counties of Kakumiro district. Where are you? You're welcome. And they are here, they are represented by none other than Majegere. By Honorable Nabanja Robina, Honorable Biamuka Mafred, Honorable Tracy Josephat, and Honorable Agaba Aisha. You are very good leaders. And who are you to have a prime minister? Meaning that you're very special people. You're very, very special people. You're most welcome. And thank you for sending us very good leaders. Most welcome. Join me in welcoming the Kakumiro people. Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 34 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2015 as amended, and Rule 155 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the proposal for government to borrow up to United States
Madam
dollars
Disaster.
100 million.
Disaster. We have issues of disaster. You don't go. We have issues of disaster from Afidra, from Acrobat, and don't go, and from Linda.
Let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Section 34
yes.
of the Public Finance Management.
Madam Speaker, when we come here, we are national leaders. The point of privilege I am raising, my assignment supposed to go to every corner of the country. But I heard you, Madam Speaker, quarreling that the people of Teso cannot be paraded. The point of privilege I am raising is whether now Teso is caveated. NOP cannot meet them, PFF cannot meet them, even when they come by themselves. Because I have been in Teso on issues of compensation. The other was in Kakumiro. So point I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether now you have reduced all of us into community, local government leaders, that we cannot meet people outside our communities.
Continue.
Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 34 of the Public Finance Management Act, and Rule 155 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to to approve the proposal for government to borrow up to $100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badea private window, United States dollars $50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badea public window, and US dollars $25 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize Uganda Development Bank Limited, and also guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to borrow up to United States dollars $40 million from the Islamic Development Bank, US dollars $30 million from the Islamic Cooperation for the Development of Private Sector, and US dollars $30 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, is the motion seconded? Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Bahati, the Prime Minister, Honorable Victoria, Honorable Alex, Honorable Wakoraj, Honorable James, Honorable Jane, Linda, Edie, Jessica, Disaster, Honorable Disaster, Honorable Nathan, Honorable Awaz, Honorable Fox Mamai, Honorable Betty, Honorable Phyllis, Honorable Angora, Honorable Acrobat, Honorable Amuran, thank you, Honorable Kwalinga, Honorable Lanyo. Would you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda Development Bank Limited's funding needs have exponentially grown over the last 2 years, and the bank needs to disburse an average of Uganda shillings 1 trillion per year in new disbursements. The exponential growth in funding needs is due to growth of the economy, which is attributable to business expansion coupled with UDB's favorable terms and value proposition. UDB lends at not more than 12% per annum up to a period of 15 years, which makes it the only bank that can offer favorable and long-term tenure capital in the economy. UDB is desirous to drive growth of the private sector and significantly contribute to growth in private sector credit to GDP ratio by deploying capital to the real economic sector. Currently, UDB's share of the total private sector credit is 7% as at March 2024. UDB's role has increased, for example, 28.8% of the total credit to the manufacturing sector is provided by UDB. UDB continues to innovate products and services and provide solutions for all business, including SME, at large enterprise sector. But this is good information for you. Sometimes it's important to listen.
Madam Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising pertains the irregular method by which the Honorable Minister has moved the motion for two separate loans which are not the same. The first one is about government borrowing to capitalize Uganda Development Bank.
Then guaranteeing.
Then the second one is guaranteeing the Uganda Development Bank to borrow, and it will be the bank to pay back interest, including all the other obligations. But the first one is different. The two are as far apart like night and day, Madam Speaker. And it would be irregular on part of this House to allow the Minister to move both motions in an omnibus.
That's why.
And even the resolutions, Madam Speaker.
No, but that's why I asked.
One resolution. We shall be required to have two resolutions.
That's why I asked, are you moving as an omnibus?
In any case, I expected him to have given good counsel and guidance. He gave a wrong one, to move an omnibus, which is irregular. He knows it.
How was the loan presented?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, of course we are at the point of reporting. And this Parliament referred to us a request which was presented that way. Though, when it comes to recommendation, the report will recommend separately. But that's how the loan, the request was presented to this Parliament. And dividing them at this point may actually also affect our report, because we have reported in line with, but the conclusion, the recommendation are different.
So do you agree that we will have two questions, two resolutions, one for borrowing and one for guaranteeing?
That's very right, because we also have two recommendations, one for borrowing and another one for guaranteeing.
Yes, Honorable Minister. But I think next time what you need to do is to divide, bring a separate request for borrowing and then a separate one for guarantee. It will be better. Even if it is going to the same institution, but it is neater.
Have we come to work, or we have just come to procedure? Why don't we work, my friend?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wanted to get your guidance. The manner in which we process business here is by items on the order paper, and the order paper is the preserve of the Speaker. And at this time I came because there were items listed on the order paper as item 4 and 5, which are separate. And I'm now getting worried when the minister is attempting now to navigate around that. That is your prerogative, Madam Speaker, that we process item by item. And that is what we have on the order paper.
Let's first look at the borrowing. Let's look at the borrowing.
Madam Speaker, the terms and conditions for the loan are the following. Loan terms for the US dollars 100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badeya private window. Facility is US dollars 100 million. Interest is fixed at 5.95% per annum. The loan tenure is 7 years. Grace period is 3 years. Commitment fees is 0.5% per annum on the undisbursed and cancelled balance of the facility. The legal fees is US dollars 25,000 up to signature of the agreement. Appraisal fees is 0.5% of the facility amount, and facility fee is 0.5% of the facility amount. Loan terms for US dollars 50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badeya public window. Facility amount is US dollars 50 million. The tenure is 20 years. Grace period is 5 years. Interest is 3% per annum fixed. 3. Loan term for the $25 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development. Facility amount $25 million. Interest 2.25% per annum. Grace period 2 years. Tenure is 10 years. Commitment fees 0.5% per annum on the unwithdrawn amount of the loan. Front-end fees 0.25% of the loan payable within 90 days from the date of effectiveness. The loan terms for the amounts to be borrowed directly by UDB and guaranteed by Government of Uganda. 1 is 40 million from the Islamic Development Bank. Loan facility amount is $40 million. Interest is US dollars 10-year mid-swap plus 2.80%. Grace period 2 years. Tenure is 10 years. Loan terms for USD 30 million from the Islamic Corporation for Development of the Private Sector. Facility amount is $30 million. Interest is floating 6M SOFR plus 2.8%. Grace period is 1 year. Tenure is 7 years. 3. Loan terms for the $30 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. Facility amount $30 million. Interest is term SOFR plus 2.5%. Grace period is not applicable here. The tenure is 1 year revolving. Honorable colleagues, the detailed conditions for the loan are reflected in the main report as the chair will also present. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I now request Parliament the following. 1, to note that the effort government has put in place to support the private sector development, and 2, approve the request in line with Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and yes, Madam Speaker, with this I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, person in charge, UDB, what is our loan portfolio with UDB?
Madam Speaker, the portfolio under UDB is in excess of 1.4 trillion now.
How is our recovery rate? What is the percentage recovery rate?
I need to get information about the recovery rate, Madam Speaker.
I need to get the portfolio, the recovery rate. I want the schedule. It's not for the house. I need a schedule of borrowers, and so that we make analysis whether we are doing a good business. I'm speaking from the banking sector. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal to borrow up to $100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, private window, $50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development, Africa, BADEA, private window, and $25 million from from OPEC Fund for International Development, OFID, to capitalize the Uganda Development Bank Limited, and guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow up to $40 million from Islamic Development Bank, let me begin it afresh. And to guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow up to $40 million
Madam Speaker, is it in order for my good friend, the Honorable Ikojo, to continue to defy your directions on separating the two loans?
Honorable Ikojo.
And he has virtually no report to furnish this House with.
Honorable
Moreover,
members,
the approvals will be done separately for the two loans.
we are going to do approval separately. But honorable members, you are the same people who accepted this report when it was laid on table. You should have said that let's have it separately. It was brought like that, and maybe it was an oversight that you just agreed like that. I wasn't in the house. Maybe we're all not there, but so let's have phase one first of borrowing.
Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is one issue I would like to bring to your attention, and we request you to direct and be assertive. This report, the version uploaded, is not accessible by members of parliament. It's encrypted, and it's not the first time this is happening. The IT, the people in charge, upload documents that cannot be opened. It's encrypted. And this is a very serious matter that MPs need to read through. By our rules, this report should not even proceed, that the chairperson is laying and reading the report at the same time, and members of parliament are expected to make decisions.
What is IT people? What is happening?
It was put 5 hours ago, and this is not the first time I'm observing this. They usually encrypt it. You cannot open it on the iPad. You'll see the item, you open it, you cannot access it. Once we are seated here, they now display for members of parliament to read through as if we are in a nursery school.
What was the use of giving us the iPads?
Yes, that must cease, because we can actually, if the House is serious, this report can be stayed for 3 days to allow members of parliament. Borrowing is committing this government, committing Ugandans present, in the past, in the present, and in the future. So we should be in the know details. The minister is now telling us.
Can anybody access that document on the iPad? Yes, Alebtong.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. If he's referring to the report from the committee, both the one from the main committee and also the minority report, I've been reading. It is there.
Madam Speaker, my point is, and you are the custodian of the rules, these reports are not supposed to be uploaded, and when we are here, we must access it well in advance. And this has been happening with so many even bills.
Okay,
and
it shall not happen again. It will not happen again. Do you even read, even if I give you time? Stop that thing of saying we should be given time. If Oduru said, I would really accept it, because you will read. You go ahead.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I seek for your indulgence that you allow me read the report the way the committee has prepared it, since the report was referred to the committee in that manner. But in the resolution, we shall separate the borrowing from the guarantee. Right Honourable Speaker.
You read on the borrowing first, and we first pass that.
Right
Either
Honourable
reject
Speaker.
or pass.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has already made a presentation, has already summarized the borrowing that was referred to the Committee on National Economy. Right Honourable Speaker, you remember that on the 5th of February, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented a loan request to this House for a proposal for government to borrow for recapitalization of UDB. The Committee on National Economy scrutinized the request in line with Article 159 of the Constitution, Section 36 of the Public Finance Management Act, PMFA 2015, as amended, and Rule 155 and 178 of the Rules of Procedure. And now I beg to report. Right Honourable Speaker, the Committee on National Economy interacted with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Uganda Development Bank Limited. The committee also reviewed the documents, and the committee further studied and made reference to the following documents: the Minister's brief to Parliament on the loan, the draft financing agreement between Uganda Development Bank and OPEC, and the master installment sales agreement between UDB and Islamic Development Bank. Right Honourable Speaker, the number of documents that were presented to the committee, and the committee looked at all those documents. The Minister gave the background to UDB, and in line with our Rules of Procedure, Rule number 155 of the Rules of Procedure, the committee looked at Rule number 155 that provides for the process to consider for consideration of loans in Parliament. This rule provides for the requisite documents that must accompany any loan request. And Table 1, as indicated above, shows that 4.67 out of 7 applicable documents were submitted in accordance with Rule number 155, translating to the performance of 66.6%, 66.67%. The committee, the compliance assessment of the submitted documents are in line with our Rule 155, and the table is as indicated above. The Right Honourable Speaker, I would beg that members look at it. On the performance of the previous lines of credit, Right Honourable Speaker, to date UDB had secured 15 lines of credit with a value of US dollars 155.5 million US dollars from 8 multinational multilateral development partners. 92% of the lines of credit had been disbursed to various projects. Out of the 158.5 million extended to the bank, UDB is servicing the interest payment on 10 credit lines worth 117 million US dollars as attached. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister has already gave a summary of the cost of financing in terms of borrowing. The borrowing from the loan from the Arab Bank for Economic Development private window of 100 million shillings, 100 million US dollars. The Minister has already. The total loan of 100 million US dollars is for a period of 7 years with a grace period of 3 years that the Minister has already given. The loan has a fixed interest rate of 5.95% per annum. The facility also attracts other costs, that is legal, appraisal, commitment, and the facility fee as indicated in the table above. Right, that is on borrowing. Right Honorable Speaker, still on Arab Development Bank in Africa, Badea, public window, 50 million US dollars is to be borrowed, was to be borrowed with a maturity period of 20 years, 5 years grace period, 15 years of loan prepayment, and the interest is fixed at 3% per annum. In the interest of time, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll request that the members go through the conditions of the loan as per requirement of Article 155 of the Constitution, that Parliament shall approve the loan, the terms and conditions of whatever borrowing that government decides on. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee on its recommendations, allow me go direct to the recommendations, if possible. Okay. Let me read the conditions. Since members have failed, I cannot access. The total loan amount of 50 million US dollars is for a period of 20 years with a grace period of 5 years. The loan has a fixed interest rate of 3% per annum. The conditions to the loan. The conditions precedent to the initial utilization of this facility includes, among others, the following. Conditions precedent to effectiveness, entry into the facility agreement, receipt of internal and external legal opinions in form and substance accepted to the lender, the receipt of a signed subsidiary agreement between the government of Uganda and UDBL, payment of appraisal, facility, commitment, and legal fees, and any other condition that the lender may reasonably request. Condition B, conditions prior to the first disbursement, declaration of effectiveness of the agreement, submission of names and specimen signatures of the persons authorized to sign disbursement applications, and to deal with all other issues related to implementation of the agreement, and all other conditions as may be agreed by the parties as conditions to first disbursement. Table 5 is on the opaque fund for international development. The loan amount is 25 million. The maturity period is 10 million. Is 10 years. The grace period is 2 years. Repayment period is 8 years. Interest rate is fixed at 2.5%, as stipulated by the minister. The facility fee is 0.25 of the loan, payable within 90 days from the date of its effectiveness. Commitment is 0.25% per annum on unwithdrawn amount of the loan. The loan amount of US dollars 25 million is for a period of 10 years, as already indicated. The conditions to the opaque loan. The conditions precedent to the initial utilization of this facility includes, among others, A, satisfactory evidence that the execution and delivery of this loan agreement is on behalf of the borrower. However, on behalf of the borrower, have been duly authorized and approved according to the constitutional requirement of the borrower, and B, a legal opinion issued by the Attorney General confirming that this loan agreement has been duly authorized and approved by the borrower and constitutes a valid and binding obligation of the borrower in accordance with its terms. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me look at the observations of the committee in line with the borrowing.
With the borrowing.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee made the following observations and recommendations. Article 159 of the Constitution provides that government may borrow from any source, and the terms and conditions of the loan shall be laid before Parliament, and shall not come into operation unless they have been approved by resolution of Parliament. Section 36, subsection 5 of the PMFA Act necessitates that, with the exception of a loan raised for purposes of management of monetary policy, or raised through issuance of securities, the terms and conditions of the loan, of a loan raised by the minister shall be laid before Parliament, and the loan shall not be enforceable except where it is approved by Parliament by resolution. Through the minister's brief on the proposal to borrow, on the proposed borrowing, highlights some loan terms and conditions. Parliament can only ascertain the terms and conditions of a loan through a draft financing agreement. In this particular borrowing, the committee received a draft financing agreement from OPEC Fund for International Development. That is the $25 million for international development. OPEC Fund for International Development, Islamic Cooperation for Development, and for private sector and international Islamic trade finance cooperation. However, the committee did not receive the draft financing agreement supporting the financing terms to borrow up to $100 million from the Arab Bank for International Development in Africa, Badea, private window, and $50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badea, private window. In regard to Badea, public window, the committee was given a letter from Badea indicating that the proposed terms of borrowing, as indicated in the minister's brief and highlighted in table 4 of the report, were subject to successful outcome of the due diligence and final approval of Badea's board of directors. This approval had not been shared by the time this report was prepared. Nothing was submitted regarding the proposed borrowing through the private window. The committee uses the draft financing agreement, which reflects the agreed terms and conditions between the lender and the borrower, to ascertain the proposed terms and conditions indicated in the minister's brief to Parliament. Whereas in most cases they are consistent, there have been instances where the terms reflected in the minister's brief to Parliament on the proposed borrowing are inconsistent with those in the draft financing agreement, or omitted some key conditions. For example, in April 2021, the Honorable Minister of Finance presented a motion for government to borrow for the meter gauge railway line. However, when the committee scrutinized the draft financing agreement, the terms submitted were different from those in the minister's motion, leading to a withdrawal of the motion and a new motion submitted consistent with the terms that had been submitted to the committee. Similarly, in May 2023, a motion for approval of a loan to Amarok Capital Limited and Sovereign Infrastructure Group was submitted, and during the consideration of the loan, the committee established that some conditions in the draft agreement had not been disclosed in the minister's brief to Parliament, which, among others, when pointed out in the committee's report, contributed to the withdrawal of the loan request by the minister. The recommendation, the committee recommends that the Minister of Finance should submit loan requests which have draft financing agreements. 2, the draft finance agreement in relation to the 2 loan facilities of Arab development Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, should be submitted to enable Parliament to consider the terms and conditions in accordance with Article 159 of the Constitution and Section 36 of the Public Finance Management Act. 2. The committee noted with concern that the Minister of Finance did not submit a list of financing options considered to inform the committee the financing option proposed in this borrowing. This negates the requirements provided for in Rule 155, Sub-Rule 5B of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The rationale for this is to ensure that there was an attempt to source the cheapest option as to minimize the cost of debt servicing to this country. The committee recommends that going forward, the ministry should always demonstrate that the proposals they submitted to Parliament are as a result of well-sourced affordable financing to minimize the growing debt servicing needs of the country, with an aim of maintaining debt in sustainable levels. This can only be verified through the tabling of the financing options considered while negotiating for the affordable credit. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee noted that Uganda Development Bank Limited lending portfolio is largely funded by Government of Uganda, Uganda's capital contribution and borrowings from external sources. By the end of November 2025, UDB capitalization stood at 1.5 trillion Uganda shillings, composed of 1.242 trillion government contribution and the retained earnings of 211 billion Uganda shillings.
Honorable Prime Minister, your people are going. Can't you say bye to them? Your voters. But before you say bye to them, first tell us the UDB outstanding loan portfolio.
Right Honourable
and then
Speaker,
the percentage of recovery rate.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, when you asked that question, I inquired from the manager, Mrs. Ojangole, and she told me the loan portfolio of UDB as we speak now is 1.4 trillion. And the recovery rate is 88 to 90%. Yes, it's one of the best in the country.
Okay.
That Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I want to thank you for hosting the leaders of Kakumiro. The Honourable Speaker, the whole district is here.
Thank you.
Here we have all the LCC chairpersons, all the district councillors, the chairperson NRM from all the 24 sub-counties that make Kakumiro district.
Thank you.
And also the women council leaders at district level. So I want to thank you for allowing them to witness and see for themselves what we do in the Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish you the best, my people.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for bringing able leaders. Thank you for bringing able leaders to Parliament. Bring them back.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Prime Minister, for
as you conclude,
waving at your people. As I conclude, Right Honourable Speaker, on the borrowing. The bank, however, remains undercapitalized, thus limiting the bank's ability to carry out its core business and mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Development Bank Limited's funding needs have exponentially grown as indicated by the Minister in. The committee wishes to inform the House that based on the financial performance UDB presented low risk as indicated in Table 10 and should be in position to serve and will be in position to service its debt including the new proposed borrowing. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that this House recommends for this House to approve the proposal by government to borrow. The committee recommends the House to borrow up to $25 million shillings from OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize UDB. Right Honorable Speaker, in light of the above, as highlighted in the first observation, the committee in this report, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development did not table to the House or to the committee the draft financing agreement to support the borrowing of up to $100 million from Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa private window, $50 million from Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa private window. The committee is therefore constrained to recommend the approval of the proposal by government to borrow up to the $150 million from both the Badea private window and public window. I beg to move.
Honorable members, you're hearing what the chairman is saying. Whereas the committee is allowing the borrowing of 25 million USD, the committee is constrained, is rejecting the 150 for one reason. There was no due diligence that was done. The board did not approve. There was inconsistency in the agreement. There was no full disclosure, as you saw. So that is what the committee is asking. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Honorable members, we are only allowing the 25, not the 100 what? Not the 150. I am going to put a final question. I was putting a question on what was first saying. There is a minority report.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As I was beginning, my good friend Honorable Nambieshe disorganized me, so I did not inform the House that we have a minority report. We have a minority report that is signed by 4 members. The 4 members of the committee, and I therefore I would wish to lay the report of the majority and the minority report and invite the members who signed the minority report to present their report. I beg to lay.
Hassan Haji Ali Haji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, our able chair, for the very good presentation. Madam Speaker, I'm here to present a minority report on these particular loans, and this minority report was signed by 4 members, myself, Chirumira Hassan, the Honorable Ebwaru Jonathan from Soroti, the Honorable Tebande K. Charles, and Honorable Onguzu Lee Dennis. Madam Speaker, we dissented from the majority committee report on the following fundamental matters. 1, the President's letter of consent to UDB borrowing, non-compliance with the constitutional provisions, and then the high interest rates on loans from UDB to Wananchi, and finally the inadequate information on UDB project beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, the President's letter on consent of UDB borrowing was categorical. It mentioned $235 million. This House going ahead to approve piecemeals of what the President requested is problematic. We cannot know the main intention as to why we are getting piecemeals of what was needed by UDB. Going ahead to approve one of the loans and rejecting the other compromises the letter of the President that requested $235 million. 2, non-compliance with the constitutional provisions. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Article 159 of the Constitution provides that government may borrow from any source, and the terms and conditions of the loan shall be laid before Parliament and shall not come into operation unless they have been approved by a resolution of Parliament. This august House can only ascertain the terms and conditions of the facility in question by scrutinizing the draft financing agreement. At this juncture, we agreed with our honorable colleagues, and consequently, they went ahead to reject one of the components of the loan. But like I said earlier, if the total amount of the loan was 235, there's no way we can reject part of the loan and accept the other when a directive from the President was categorical to the effect that we must borrow a certain amount of money to capitalize UDB. Number 3, the high interest rates on loans from UDB to Wananchi. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in the President's letter of consent to borrowing, he pressed the issue of interest rate not to be more than 12% per annum, for which UDB should lend to the Wananchi. Colleagues, we feel that even the 12% per annum interest rate to the Wananchi is too high, given that these loans are secured at less than 7%. We do request that Parliament and Bank of Uganda instruct UDB to lend Wananchi at not more than 10%, because UDB money is taxpayers' money, whose terms should align with other government development programs like Myoga and Parish Development Model. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not convinced with the interest charged on these loans because they are secured from Islamic lenders who do not attract interests. Sharia law is very specific with loans. When Muslim banks are lending out money, it is basically on markup, not interests. Now we are wondering how interest-free loans from Muslim countries are arriving in Uganda at an interest. And we are wondering who is going to benefit from that particular interest. More specifically so, Madam Speaker, we continue to ask ourselves, why do we continue to secure credit on interest from these lenders Interest on loan has left so many Muslim brothers and sisters out of the money economy since they cannot borrow on interest. And in line with inclusivity, we ought to consider those who are against interest borrowing. And this opportunity of borrowing from Muslim countries can help to that effect. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, inadequate information on UDB project beneficiaries. Right Honorable Speaker, before this House approves the funding, the Committee on National Economy needed to physically visit funded projects and real beneficiaries. Many times this country has financed ghost projects, ghost workers, and ghost pensioners, among others. UDB credit is designed to benefit all regions in the country. But in many instances, it is the rich people in Kampala and the surroundings who benefit from these cheap finances to raise their stalled buildings and arcades. Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure how many people benefited from UDB from Luwero, even Bukedia, I'm not so certain, from Soroti and other countries, other areas of the country. The committee finds no reason to visit a sample of the project beneficiaries before Parliament approves this loan. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that though such loans don't directly impact government debt, we can leave the aims and objectives for inception and creation of UDB in saving the wananchi through: 1, the ministry responsible for finance updates the House on the exact loan amount needed to capitalize UDB, instead of going for a piecemeal loan as per the main committee report. 2, the Ministry of Finance through Bank of Uganda recommends a single-digit interest rate for borrowers. Second last, the Committee for National Economy visits UDB project beneficiaries and ascertains exactly the impact of these loans to the wananchi. Then the House be informed on how Sharia permission clauses within this House be informed on how the Sharia permission clauses within the agreement will be employed to customers under Bank of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we all agree that we are supposed to borrow as a country as per our budget, but borrowing need to be as a matter of necessity and it must follow the rules and procedures. I beg to submit.
Madam Speaker, we know that
Can you sit? Honorable members, when you start making a noise procedure or if you want to say something, must you shout? For me, my ears hear. If yours are blocked, honorable members, Haji has raised very pertinent issues. Very pertinent issues. And the fact is we need to capitalize UDB. But before we capitalize UDB, I know we have UDB and its clients have a fiducial relationship. We can have a limited number. Me, I can look at the documents alone. We can look at the borrowers, the schedule of borrowers. Because Haji is talking about that people in Kanung may not be getting what. For us in Bukeda, we get. Let me have a schedule of the borrowers. Let me know the portfolio, exact portfolio. Then let's also have the information gap that is there. There is an information gap. Documents that are not provided for be given to the committee. Because what Honorable Hassan says, it is a good thing for us to give UDB the money. Let's not give UDB money in bits. If we decide to give, let's give. But what is important is let's have the information. Let's have an approval from the board, the due diligence. Then we will have these loans approved, such that we have a report on the borrowing and we have a report on guaranteeing. Is that okay, Minister of Finance?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I totally agree with you and also the colleagues, both from the majority and the minority, that there is more information we need to provide to the House. And in this regard, I beg that we stand over this report as I provide all the necessary information.
Thank you. Please provide all that information to the committee, and then the committee will come back when it's ready with the report. Next item.
Item 5.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to be guided by you because you see there's a report that's been tabled and presented to us. I don't think we can stand over it because standing over it means we shall get back to it, which doesn't quite apply.
Pardon?
I think that either this report is withdrawn or we throw it out somehow, and then you come up with, the committee comes with an entirely new report. But to say we pause and then we shall get back to this particular report, not quite. Because this report is complete as it is.
We are standing over to address the issues that have been raised. We have not rejected the report. The report is okay. We are standing over to address the issues raised.
Maybe guide me right, Honourable Speaker. So the issues that have been raised, very critical. We have got to deal with them. But you see, they can only be embedded into this report when it comes as a new report. I don't think there can be an addendum. No, it can't be an addendum. It's got to be, these issues have got to be interrogated anew, and then a fresh report is brought. So I thought that procedurally, so that the records capture properly, we do away with this report. This one here does not get to see the light of day.
Madam Speaker, I am addressing you as Shadow Minister for Finance. But I also want to tap to my experience here.
Honorable members, the committee leadership will address those issues in their reporting of what was not there, assuming, like they are saying, there was no body decision. Now we have the body decision. There was ABCD. Now it is available, and this, based on this, our allied suggestion of not borrowing to a tune of this amount. Now we can borrow because we have the information. Let me first hear from my Attorney General.
Madam, if you can allow me.
Let me hear from, yes?
Yeah, because you see, Madam Speaker, and it doesn't matter how many degrees you have in law. You see, this parliament has existed. I am lucky I've been here for a while.
Oh.
There has never been a day when you bring here a motion, they read a report, a motion is moved, and then when you're about to lose it, you say, oh, let me provide more information. It has never happened. This is strange. The minister needs to run from the UPDF Act. If you want to bring new information, you withdraw. And then you return with a fresh motion that has all the information. Because that's what the UPDF should have done, that you wait to also have this information. So, Madam Speaker, this is a strange...
Standing over is a standard practice in parliamentary practice. That's why we stand over clauses. I mean, why are we complicating life? Why?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Baka.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Usually when we're in the committee stage and we stand over particular clauses, its implication is we have failed to agree. Let's go back and see how we agree. Does not mean that you send it back. So you can stand over, agree on what you want to propose so that the dressing can be uniform.
And maybe for information, we are standing over the motion, not the report. The report is informative to allow the borrowing. We are standing over the motion to borrow.
Madam Speaker, the recommendation of the committee
is
that
informative.
125 million don't borrow. They did not provide the following information.
And that's why I say that is informative.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, if you can allow, what should happen, and I want to implore the Honorable Musasizi, because the sky will not come down, withdraw the motion.
Which one?
Reintroduce it. Provide all the information. The committee can process it. Now when you bring fresh information in Parliament here, you mean Parliament will become a committee and we begin
Honorable
scrutinizing.
members, we are giving Honorable Musasi's time to furnish the relevant information that is required, that is missing, for us to be able to allow the borrowing of UDB and guaranteeing UDB. And the reports that should be informative should be in different, should be made differently. One for borrowing and one for guaranteeing. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024.
Honorable members, you may recall that on 19 December 2024, the Minister of Public Service tabled the Public Service Pension Fund Bill for the first reading pursuant to Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The bill was referred to the Sectoral Committee of Public Service and Local Government, and the committee is ready to report. But before the committee reports, we will ask the minister to move a motion for the bill to be read the second time. Honorable Minister, order on who? No. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
Honorable Seungu, you first sit.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
You first sit. No, sit. Honorable Minister.
In accordance with Rule 130 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 be read a second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Jonathan. Honorable, seconded by Honorable Jonathan Odur. Honorable Jonathan Ebwalu. Honorable Kirumira Hassan. Honorable Ethel Helen Egweri Aru. Honorable Kasolo. Ikik. Honorable Mbwa. Honorable Florence. Emmanuel. Two Emmanuels. Acrobat. Koluo. Okot. Okelo. Casilo. Honorable Fisheries. Water and Aisha Sekinde. Honorable Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister Saro Pendi by the whole side of NRM. And David, the other side. And the Honorable Akum Mavenjina and the elders. Your new PDF, Honorable Alanyo. Would you want to speak a little to the objectives of your...
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. The object of this bill is to provide for the establishment of a public service pension fund and a public service pension scheme, and provide for the governance, the functions, organization and management of the fund, to provide for the collection of contributions to the fund and payment of retirement benefits to pensioners and their survivors, to provide for the investment of the monies of the fund and for related matters. With this bill, Right Honourable Speaker, that the ills that we are facing under the current scheme will be history. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mapenduchi, could you give us a summary? Yes, but...
Madam Speaker, under the rules, you provide us with the seats here, and the first priority goes to your ministers on government and the opposition. The Honorable Baram Barugahari has sat there for over 20 minutes conducting a different meeting within your house. Started with Honorable Yabe, she went away. Now he has brought two others with the phones. They are conducting business before you. Is it in order for the Honorable Minister to sit there and conduct business against your will, yet we are here following everything in the directive of the Speaker? And would it be directed that he is directed to come and sit in front to avoid distracting your members, whom he is conversing with internal as if he is on attending a rally, Madam Speaker?
Honorable Balam.
Right Honourable.
Honorable Balam, we have just passed rules in this house, and you're privileged to always sit on the front bench. And based on that, can you just shift and come to the front bench and leave us, the smaller people, to sit behind? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Now my Muko from Abim is also moving from one place to the other. I think he thinks he's looking after cows. Eh? There are no cows in the house. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. As I embarked on this assignment, Honourable Speaker, permit me to lay on table the report of the committee together with
the minutes of the committee meetings. I beg to lay.
Please do. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, permit me to present the report of the Committee of Public Service and Local Government on the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 was read for the first time on 19th December 2024 by the Minister of Public Service and referred to the Sectoral Committee on Public Service and Local Government for scrutiny, in accordance with Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee scrutinized the bill as required by Rule 129(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament and hereby reports to this House in accordance with Rule 132 of the same rule. The object of the bill. The bill seeks to establish the Public Service Pension Fund Bill and the Public Service Pension Scheme, provide for the governance, functions, organization, and management of the fund, provide for the allocation of contributions to the fund and payment of retirement benefits, provide for the investment of the monies of the fund, and to repeal the Pension Act Cap 89. Number 3, need for the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, currently, the government operates an unfunded, non-contributory defined benefit scheme for the public service, regulated under the Pensions Act Cap 89, which was enacted in 1946. In 1946. The Pensions Act provides for the guaranteeing and regulation of pensions and gratuities for public service officers under the government of Uganda. The benefits include a lump sum amount given upon retirement and a monthly pension based on the last pensionable salary of a civil servant at a fraction of 1/500, or in simple terms, 1/500. Right Honorable Speaker, various actuarial studies on the current pension scheme reveal that it needed drastic change. For instance, a World Bank actuarial study in 2021 recommended a number of redesign options, pushing for a contributory scheme. In 2022, Right Honorable Speaker, government commissioned an actuarial valuation and also recommended a funded contributory scheme. According to the 2022 actuarial study, Uganda had 334,146 civil servants and 64,855 pensioners. For financial year 2021-22, the total annual pensionable emolument amounted to 2,868 billion, and the annual pension amounted to 315 billion Uganda shilling. These figures excluded members of the armed forces, non-pensionable employees who earn gratuity. In financial year 2022-23, the total annual pensionable emolument was to increase by 33%, amounting to Uganda shilling 3,823 billion. Basing on projections, the government expenditure on pension would rise from around 940 billion in financial year 2020-2023 to 14,561 in the year 2053. Even if the current scheme was closed to new entrants. As such, the current pension scheme is unrealistic and unaffordable and unsustainable. The evaluation study, Right Honorable Speaker, recommended a modified plan that preserves the current defined benefit basis, but with a lower fraction of 1/600 or 1/600 and a contributory scheme funded by member contributions. Accordingly, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 introduces a contributory pension scheme designed to provide a sustainable source of funds for pensions. The bill proposes the establishment of a public service pension fund which shall be a body corporate and shall operate the public service pension scheme for employees in public service and other public service who elect to join the scheme. The fund will collect the contributions, keep records, mobilize resources for the management of the scheme, investment of monies to finance the payment of benefits out of the scheme. The new arrangement is intended to improve the management of pensions and reduce government expenditure and liability of paying pensions directly from the consolidated fund. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development issued a certificate of financial implication as required under Section 74 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, and in accordance with Article 93 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as amended. The certificate indicated that the new scheme will lead to increased national savings, thus availability of cheaper long-term financing, mainly for private sector investment, which will result into economic growth. According to the certificate of financial implication, the bill has a total implication of 19.736 trillion, of which Uganda shilling 363.34 billion projected is required in the first year of implementation, and Uganda shilling 1.901 billion for pre-reform activities. There are no expected revenues or savings in the short to medium term, but a reduced pension liability to the government in the long term. And Right Honorable Speaker, an analysis of the financial aspect of the pension reform proposal in Uganda was conducted and is attached as Appendix 1. Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, methodology, I'll request that you look through and permit me to take you to page 5. We also, under B, conducted documentary review of the following literatures. You can look through those different literatures that we looked at. I'll take you then, Right Honorable Speaker, if you'll permit, to number 5, which is Committee Observations and Recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee observes and hereby makes recommendations on the salient parts of the bill. 5.1, mandatory contributions. The current scheme under the Pension Act Cap 89 is fully unfunded and payments are done directly from the consolidated fund. Clause 27 provides for payment of the mandatory contributions to fund the scheme. The mandatory contributions are 5% of the basic salary of the employee and 10% from the employer. Contributions must be paid to the fund by the 15th day of the month following the month for which the salary is paid. Clause 27(6) allows the minister, based on actual valuation, to verify the contribution rates through a statutory instrument. Committee observation. The committee observed that A, with a contributory scheme, the liability of the government will be reduced compared to the current unfunded scheme. Additionally, the new scheme will encourage employees to take an interest in its success as a joint venture with the government, which will enhance its performance. B, most schemes worldwide are moving towards contributory systems. In Uganda, for instance, employees of Makerere University on pensionable terms subscribe to the Makerere University Retirement Benefits Scheme with contributions of 5% from the employee and 10% from the government. In addition, actuarial studies have recommended a contributory scheme for the public service of Uganda for a sustainable pension system. C, based on the contribution, employees' take-home salary would decrease by 5%. The Minister of Public Service and stakeholders propose having a salary enhancement of 5% across board as a way to offset the effect of the mandatory deduction on the employees' future take-home. Recommendations. A, the committee recommends that the government should prioritize the enhancement of salaries to ensure that the 5% deduction of the employee's salary does not affect their take-home. B, ultimately, government should revise salaries equally across the board in order to address the poor pay of public servants and the significant salary discrepancies between the different categories of civil servants. 5.2, pension formula for benefit, for future benefits. The current formula provides a pension fraction of 1/500th under Section 4 of the Pension Act Cap 89. The proposed formula is the new law, in the new law is 1/600 under Clause 40 of the bill. While stakeholders express support for the bill, there is general concern that the proposed formula will reduce the eventual pension payable to a civil servant. The committee received proposals for other fractions as low as 1/400th and 50th, as well as proposals to maintain the current 1/500 or 1/500. The fractions are illustrated below, and we have provided, Right Honorable Speaker, some calculation to demonstrate what would be the implication of the fraction. You will see the old pension scheme. We have done the calculation, and you see the proposed fraction in the scheme. We have also provided the calculation just for demonstration. Following the same formula, Right Honorable Speaker, the proposal for 1/450 produces a final monthly take-home pension package of this. We are just giving a summary of the example we gave. While acknowledging the concerns of public servants that by the proposed fraction, the pension payable to public servants will be less, there is a real concern that the current scheme poses a risk of continued delays in processing of benefits payment, security, and sustainability of payment. The committee observed that the actual study by the World Bank and the study commissioned by the government of Uganda recommended a reduced fraction to 1/600. This would ensure that government does not fail in its commitment to provide pension for its employees. For the sustainability of pensions and social security of Uganda's public servants, it is important to follow the recommendation in the evaluation reports. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the pension formula for future benefits at a rate of 1/600 should be adopted. As in the bill, however, as recommended above, government should expedite the plan for salary enhancement across board so that the pension fraction of 1/600 does not negatively impact on the employee's pension. 5.3, the Board of Trustees. Clause 8 provides for the Board of Trustees appointed by the Minister with the approval of Cabinet. The board comprises the representative from the ministries of Finance, Labor, Public Service, Local Government, Public Service, Labor Unions, and 3 technical persons not being public officers. The committee observes that the employer, which is government, takes the lion's share of the representation on the board, whereas only 2 persons shall represent public service labor unions and 3 shall be experts of different fields. There is no representation of pensioners on the board. Under Clause 8.1e, the 2 representatives of public service labor unions are nominated by the center. The center is unidentified, and the provision does not detail how it shall nominate the 2 representatives out of the many public service labor unions in the country. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that A, the number of representatives of public service labor unions should be increased from 2 to 3, one of whom should be a pensioner. B, the representatives of public service labor unions should be nominated by the registered federations of labor unions. C, the number of experts under Clause 8.1f should be reduced to 2 to cover the increase in the number of the representatives of the labor unions, and considering that the ministry's representatives shall be experts in related fields. 6.0, other observations and recommendations. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 2 provides for the interpretation of key terms used in the bill. The committee observes that there are pertinent terms used in the bill that have not been identified, such as administrator, fund manager, gratuity, and scheme. The committee also observes that there are definitions such as actual rate, accrual rate, annuity, early retirement, and pensions authority that have been defined but are not used elsewhere in the bill. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that 1, the undefined keywords in the bill be defined to avoid misinterpretation and misapplication of the words. 2, the definition of actual rate, annuity, early retirement, and pensions authority should be deleted because they are redundant. Clause 4, application of the Act. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 4 provides that the Act shall apply to employees in the public service and employees of the other public service who elect to join the scheme. Other public service is defined as public service in government agencies, departments, authorities, boards, or commissions subscribing to retirement benefit scheme other than the pensions scheme. The committee observed that observe that most entities that fall under this definition of other public service operate mandatory schemes, such as the Makerere University Retirement Benefit Scheme and the Parliamentary Pension Scheme. Similarly, the National Social Security Fund Act, Cap 230, under Section 7, has a mandatory requirement for eligible employees, including those of the other public service, to register with the NSSF. Clause 4.2 excludes persons in elective positions, members of the armed forces, employees of security organizations, employees in other public service subscribing to existing retirement benefit schemes, employees in the public service who are left with 5 years to attain the mandatory retirement age and who have not elected to join the scheme, and any other category that may be expressly exempted by law. Clause 4 also gives a ministerial discretion to prescribe employees to whom this law may be or may not apply. Committee observations. 1. The committee observes that allowing employees to elect to join the Public Service Pension Fund may cause unforeseen risk, unwarranted legal battles, and challenges in management and payment of retirement and pension benefits of these employees. 2. While the employee may elect to join the scheme, the clause is silent on the sponsor or employer who in the same institution may not remit an employee's benefits to the public service scheme and may thus contradict other existing retirement or pension laws like the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act Cap 232. Clause 4. Clause 4.2e is silent on the fate of the public servant who is left with less than 5 years to retire. Additionally, this clause assumes a voluntary element in the law, even though the scheme being created is intended to be mandatory. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that, Roman number 1, the bill should focus on employees in the mainstream public service covered under the current pension scheme. 2, the employee in public service in government agencies, department, authorities, boards, or commissions, which is referred to as other public service, should be covered in this scheme. Should not be covered in this scheme. 3, since the bill is a contributory scheme, it should not give the employees who are left with 5 years or less to retire an option to elect to join the scheme because they will not have sustainably contributed to the scheme. 4, Clause 4.2e should include employees who are left with less than 5 years to attain mandatory retirement age. Clause 9, functions of the board. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 9 outlines the functions of the Board of Trustees. The board is responsible for the oversight and management of both the Public Service Pension Fund and the pension scheme. This includes ensuring that the fund is managed in accordance with the Act and other relevant laws, collecting contributions, approving the annual work plans and budgets, and appointing service providers such as fund managers, custodians, accountants, auditors, and actuaries. These functions are critical for ensuring the effective governance, transparency, and sustainability of the Public Service Pension Fund, ultimately protecting the interests of its members. Committee observation. The committee observed that one of the functions under subclause 1C is to collect contributions from pensionable employees. This is a day-to-day operation of the fund, yet it is a good governance practice for a board not to be involved in the day-to-day operation of an entity. The functions of the board should thus be limited to oversight and management. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the board should be limited to oversight and management functions of the fund only. Clause 10, tenure of office. Clause 10 of the bill outlines the tenure of office of members of the Board of Trustees. The members of the Board of Trustees are to serve a 3-year term and may be reappointed for 1 additional term based on satisfactory performance. This provision ensures that the Board of Trustees is composed of competent individuals with clear processes for appointment, resignation, and removal to maintain effective governance. Committee observation. The committee observes that under subsection 5, subclause 5, a person representing an institution may be withdrawn from the board by the institution, which can be subject to abuse by institution head, who might have grudges or personal interest against the representative. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the person who is representing an institution should be withdrawn by the institution on the approval of the minister. Clause 12, filling vacancies of the board. Clause 12 provides for filling of vacancies of the board. When a member of the board is removed from office, the minister must appoint a replacement within 6 months. This ensures the board remains fully functional and can continue its duties without significant disruption. The new member or chairperson serves only for the unexpired period of the term of the member they are replacing. Committee observation. The committee observes that A, unlike subclause 1, subclause 2 does not provide for timeline within which a minister should appoint the chairperson of the board in case of the vacancy. This might create delays in the appointment and stifle the operations of the board. B, additionally, this provision only mentions removal of a member from office, yet vacancies might be created through death or resignation. C, the new member of the board is expected to only serve the remainder of the term of office of the person that has exited. However, for purposes of maintaining institutional memory, the new member should serve for a full term of 3 years. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that A, subclause 1 and 2 should apply to both the chairperson and the members so that the timelines apply to both chairperson and members. 2, or B, this provision should include death and resignation, not only removal from office. C, a new member appointed to replace a member who exited the board should serve a full term of office. Clause 20, appointment of other staff of the fund. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 20 of the bill details the appointment of staff necessary for the effective performance of the fund. The other staff, including the secretary to the board, are appointed by the board on the advice of the Chief Executive Officer. The staff are appointed under this clause to all office based on terms and conditions determined by the board and specified in their instrument of appointment. However, the terms and conditions of employment for other staff are determined by the board in consultation with the minister. Committee observation. The committee observes that although the requirement for the minister under subclause 3 ensures that staffing decisions align with the broader government policies and regulations, this might lay the foundation for unnecessary bureaucracies in the day-to-day functions of the board. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that in determining the terms and conditions of employment of other staff of the fund by the board, this function should entirely be the mandate of the board. Clause 21, interim management. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 21 of the bill provides for the appointment of an interim chief executive officer and other staff of the fund. The minister is responsible for seconding an interim executive officer and other staff from the public service to manage the fund during the first 3 years. This clause ensures that the fund has immediate leadership and staff to manage its operation from the onset. Committee observation. The committee observes that there is a need for the minister to appoint service providers during the interim period, yet they are critical for funds stability and effective functioning, especially at the initial stages of the fund. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that A, minister should appoint an administrator and other service providers to support the interim management during the interim period. 2, the interim period should be reduced from 3 years to 2 years to expedite the transition process. Clause 23, establishment of the scheme. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 23 of the bill outlines the establishment of the public service pension scheme. The fund is mandated to establish and operate a contributory defined pension scheme known as the public service pension scheme. Both the employer and the employee are required to make contributions. The scheme is a defined benefit pension scheme, which means that the benefits are predetermined based on factors such as salary, history, and duration of employment. Committee observation. The committee observes that this clause is crucial as it lays the foundation for the establishment and operation of the pension scheme. However, The task to establish the scheme has been left to the fund, yet the scheme should be created under the law. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the scheme should be expressly established under Clause 23. Clause 24, membership of the scheme. Clause 24 outlines the membership criteria for the public service pension scheme. Under this provision, an employee in the public service who has more than 5 years left until they reach the mandatory retirement age is required to join the scheme. Like in Clause 4, this provision invites employees who have 5 years left until mandatory retirement and members of the other public service who are not part of a similar retirement benefit scheme. It is the duty of the responsible officer to transfer relevant pension files and information to the fund for these employees. Employees who elect to join the scheme must be registered within 30 days of their decision or from when they assume duty. Committee observation. The committee observes that Clause 24 refers to membership of the scheme, yet the scheme is not a body corporate under this law. The fund is the body corporate mandated to execute the functions provided under this act, not the scheme. Therefore, there must be a clear nexus between the fund, the body corporate, and the members. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that A, the members should be members of the fund and not members of the scheme. B, as already recommended under Clause 4, employees in other public service should not be included as members of the fund. C, employees with less than 5 years to attain mandatory retirement age should be provided for. Clause 26, which is cancellation of registration. Clause 26(1) provides for cancellation of registration of an employee on notification by the responsible officer that the employee has ceased to be an employee and has elected not to continue contributing to the fund. Committee observations. The committee observes that the proposed pension scheme does not envision continuation of contribution after a person ceases to be an employee. Hence, the second part of the clause is redundant. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends deletion of the words "and that employee has elected not to continue contributing to the fund." Clause 27, mandatory contribution. Clause 27(6) and 27(7) gives the minister powers to vary the rates of contributions being on an actual valuation. The committee observes that Clause 27 on the mandatory contribution is a substantive part of the bill that should not be varied by statutory instrument. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends deletion of both clauses 6 and 7. Clause 34, qualifying period for pension. The qualifying period for pension is defined in Clause 2 as the length of service in public service or other public service which a member shall serve before qualifying for pensionable service. The qualifying period for pension for employees of the public service is at least 10 years of continuous service in a pensionable position or an aggregate period of at least 10 years in public service, including periods when the employee is on leave without pay or has just joined other public service. Employees who have not served the full 10 years may still qualify for a pension under specific circumstances, such as retrenchment, abolition of office, and medical grounds. This clause is crucial as it sets the minimum service requirement for pension eligibility, while also providing for exceptional cases where employees can still receive pension benefit despite not meeting the 10-year service threshold. Committee observation. The committee observes that A, the deletion of other public service under the proposed amendments of Clause 4 applies to this provision. B, a new phrase, appointing authority, has been introduced in this clause. It only appears in Clause 34 and 46 and is not defined. It appears to refer to employer, a word which has been consistently used in the bill. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the term appointing authority should be substituted with the word employer, which is commonly used in the bill. Clause 36, qualifying for payment. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 36 outlines the criteria for members to qualify for the payment of a pension, including upon mandatory retirement age, which is 60 years. After 20 years of continuous service in public service, upon reaching 45 years of age and having served the qualifying period, which is 10 years, upon death and having served the qualifying period, abolition of office on medical grounds, retirement in public interest, and transfer to other public service. This clause also provides for payment to a legal representative upon death of a member, which is for a maximum period of 15 years, and a minimum pension of a quarter of the last pensionable emolument, if the pension calculated under the Act is less than the minimum pension. Committee observation. Committee observation. The committee observes that A, subclause 1B, which provides for the condition of 20 years, is not conditioned on retirement of the member. This means that a member can get pension after 20 years even when still in service. Yet, pension is supposed to be received after a member has ceased to be in service. B, subclause 1C has the same issue as 36(1)D because the 45 years are not conditioned on end of service of the member. C, the payment to a legal representative for a maximum period of 15 years in clause 36(2) has not been qualified. It should be from the death of the employee. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that a member should qualify for pension under this clause upon exit from the public service. B, in subclause 2, the pension granted under subsection 1D shall be paid for a maximum period of 15 years after the death of the employee to the legal representative or of the member's estate. Clause 38, refund of contribution. Clause 38 provides for a one-off refund of contributions for specific categories of members. It also provides for refund where excess contributions has been made. Committee observation. The committee observed that subclauses 1B, C, and D are unfair because even after a member has qualified for pension under the Act, they shall lose their pension on the basis of dismissal, abscondment, or resignation. The years of an employee in service do not matter. For instance, an employee who absconds at the age of 59, having served in public service for 30 years, will not get pension. Committee recommendation. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that subclause 1B, C, and D should be limited to employees who have not qualified for pension under clause 36 or gratuity under clause 37. Clause 44, reappointment of an employee into pensionable service. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 44 provides for previously earned benefits of a member who has been reappointed into pensionable service. That such benefit shall be added to the subsequent pensionable service if that member has not received any retirement benefits in relation to previous pensionable service. Committee observation. The committee observes that under this clause, the members who are reappointed into pensionable service after receiving part of their pension shall lose the rest of their pension. B, there is no provision on how to cater for the balance of retirement benefits that have already accrued to the member. Recommendations. The committee recommends that a member should not lose their pension after reappointment into pensionable service because they have already earned it for all of the years they spent in the service. New service does not take away all service or its accrued benefits. Clause 47, computation of benefits in case of abolition of office. This clause provides for pension and gratuity benefits to employees who are retired due to the abolition of the office they hold. It ensures that employees whose positions are eliminated are still entitled to pension and gratuity regardless of the duration of their qualifying period for pension, provided they are confirmed in service. Committee observation. The committee observes that there are 3 benefits included under this provision, namely a pension, a gratuity, and an additional pension. The committee opines that these benefits need to be moderate so that a pension and a gratuity is sufficient for a person whose office is abolished, instead of getting all the 3. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the bill should provide for only a pension and gratuity for a person whose office is abolished. Clause 48, no alienation or attachment of pension. Clause 48 1A provides that a pension, gratuity, or other allowance granted under this act shall not be assignable or transferable and shall not be attached, confiscated, or levied upon in respect of any debt or claim except for the purposes of satisfying a debt due to the government or a debt relating to a tax due and payable. Committee observation. The committee observes that A, the spirit of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 is to protect pension from tax. Article 254(2) of the Constitution provides that the pension payable to any person shall be exempt from tax and shall be subject to periodic review to take account of changes in the value of money. Clause 48(1)(a) does not align with the spirit of Article 254(2) of the Constitution. B, Section 70 of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority Act, Cap 232, is also written in the same spirit. It provides for protection of a member's contribution and states, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other written law, where a judgment or order against a member of a retirement benefit scheme is made, no execution or attachment or process of any nature shall be issued in respect of the contribution or funds of the member. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 48(1)(a) be deleted. Clause 54, reserve account. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 54 outlines the establishment and management of the reserve account. The board is required to open and operate a reserve account. The reserve account will be funded by fines and penalties imposed by the Act, special contributions, income from investment as determined by the Minister in consultation with the board, any other monies directed by the Minister. Committee observation. The committee observes that subclause 1B, which provides for special contribution, is vague. Special contributions are not defined. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that subclause 1B should be deleted because the bill does not make provision for special contributions. Clause 56 and 57. Clause 56 provides for annual report and Clause 57 provides for recovery of sums due to the fund. Clause 57A appears to have been misplaced or wrongly moved from Clause 56. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 57(3).
57A or 57(3)? Clause 57(3) appears to have been misplaced or wrongly moved. You had read A, it is 3.
3. Thank you. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 57(3) be moved to Clause 56. Clause 58, investment. Right Honorable Speaker, under Clause 58(4), the board is required to develop a financial plan for each financial year. The committee observes that 1 year is a short time for an investment plan to be developed and implemented. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the investment plan should be developed every 3 years. Clause 66, power to make regulations. Clause 66 of the bill outlines the minister's power to make regulations to give effect to the provision of the Act. The regulations made under this section must be laid before Parliament. Committee observation. The committee observes that subclause 3 does not mention the reason for laying the regulations before Parliament and the timelines that follow. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the regulation should be laid before Parliament for approval and timeline given within which Parliament receives and approves the regulation. Clause 69. Effect of the Pensions Act on the existing public service pension scheme. Clause 69 of the bill outlines the effect of the Pensions Act Cap 89 on the existing public service pension scheme. The existing non-contributory public service pension scheme will cease to take on new members within 12 months after the commencement of the new act. This transition aims to gradually phase out the old scheme and introduce the new contributory scheme. Committee observation. The committee observes that closure of the existing scheme is not explicitly mentioned in the bill. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the clause should explicitly mention that the non-contributory public service pension scheme existing immediately before the commencement of this act shall, within 6 months from the date of the death of the least beneficiary, be dissolved. Clause 70, preservation and payment of accrued pension rights. Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 69 of the bill addresses the preservation and payment of pension rights that have accrued under the Pension Act Cap 89. Committee observation. The committee observes that a new phrase, redemption bond, has been used in the bill, yet retirement bond is provided for under Clause 51 and is defined. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that retirement bond is used instead of redemption bond. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for a very exhaustive report. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Baka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hey, you relax, you are Bakablindi.
Baka is back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise up to support the report of the committee, and I pray that this House passes this into law. Madam Speaker, contributory scheme, for me the keyword is sustainability. A contributory scheme is more sustainable, more accountable, and the pensioners are likely to be getting even more money when the time comes for them to start earning from their contributions. So I'm so happy that the government came up with this idea, and I'm also very happy with the committee. And with the panel beating they have done on the law, I think we are going to make a very good law. On the issues of management, I'm also in concurrence with the committee for creating a robust management board that will oversee, because this fund is going to grow exponentially. It's going to be a very big fund, much bigger than all these funds we are seeing around. So the management has been well catered for, and I think the committee has done a very good job. However, finally, Madam Speaker, the issue where I heard that there is a clause where a pensioner could lose pension even at the age of 59 if they absconded from service. I would propose that when it comes to that time, we take a lot of keen interest.
Why don't you wait and go to that clause and make amendment?
Exactly. My proposal will be that a pensioner probably loses the contribution from government, but their hard-earned money which they contributed should be given to them when that time comes. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion.
Madam Speaker, I have carefully listened to the chairperson of the committee. It's been very clear, very exhaustive, and we have gone through this report. I move a motion that we move to committee stage so that we shall have sufficient time to move clause by clause. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Yes. Seconded by Ethel, by Baka, by Honorable Victoria. Honorable members, you want to debate on the report or on the bill? On the report. Just know that you have to finish. Whether you debate and sit up to midnight, okay. Mine is local government. Yes, Honorable Nzima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I also want to thank the committee for the robust report. I think this report has come here for the second time. The first time the report was presented, and there were areas which were recommended for amendment, and the amendments were actually more. They were over 60%. And in my opinion, what the committee has just done is to go through with the ministry to correct those areas, which is already been done. And just as the Honorable Baka has said, the major principle of this bill is just to bring into force a contributory scheme. which will promote sustainability, and these issues of arrears, where pensioners are not paid money, it is in arrears, this will not arise. So basically, I've just stood to support the motion. That
Thank you.
Instead of wasting time to debate this,
Thank
the motion
you.
which was raised by Honorable Ebalu, that
Yes.
let's go to committee stage and look into this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. He has been a chairperson of that committee. He knows that committee. And you see the wisdom in him. It has been seconded. Why don't you, members, why don't we look at this clause by clause? Lepton.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, majority of us in this House will agree that we needed this report like yesterday or even before. So I see no reason as to why we should hesitate to move to the committee stage so that we can handle them clause by clause. These things we all agree we really need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put a question that the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2 is interpretation. We stand over it. Then we come back.
Clause 3.
Clause 3. I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
4 amendment.
Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 4, application of the Act. Clause 4 is amended A, by substituting for subclause 1 the following. This Act applies to employees in the public service. B, in subclause 2, A, by deleting subclause D, and 2, in paragraph E, by deleting the words N, who has not elected to join the scheme. C, by deleting subclause 3, justification, to remove the employees of the other public service and employees who elect to join the scheme from the application of the bill.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Right Honourable Chair, first of all, I would like to thank the committee for the report. It was quite extensive and has made our work much easier. But we would propose that we leave this clause as it is because it allows, it doesn't restrict. And it is also in consonance with the definition of public servant in Article 257 of the Constitution. This other public service is a creature of the standing orders. But all of these people in all these MDAs are public servants. So if you allow them the choice to come, for example, if someone were in Makere
and wanted to move to this scheme, it is not contrary to what so this clause is permissive. It allows them, because it is them to elect. But the principle here is that all the public servants must subscribe to a scheme. Whether it is a scheme at your other workplace or in this public scheme, you must subscribe to a scheme. But if you elect to join this scheme, I don't see why we would just keep them out. So I pray that members, we allow them to. It's an election by the members.
And 3, are you okay with 3?
Your right honorable chair, this clause here where they say the minister may by statutory instrument prescribe employees to whom the act may or may not apply is actually an important clause, because there could be categories of persons in the future who are not provided for, whom may wish to join the scheme. And when they wish to join the scheme, because the scheme has been provided for public servants, you will need an instrument which brings them into this. For example, currently, the Makerere University Retirement Scheme is a mandatory scheme by creature of a statutory instrument by the minister. So without it, we cannot allow people to just set up schemes and just participate. So this clause is actually important, and I beg to submit that you allow it.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the Attorney General. Actually, I'm wondering why the committee is trying to close it and leave it to a certain category of public servants. When we were processing the NSSF bill, we actually opened it up. You may not belong to any government agency or to any private sector. You may be a market vendor or doing your own business, and you elect to start contributing, which should encourage the culture of saving. So, Right Honourable Speaker, rather than restrict it and then tomorrow, Chair, and then tomorrow come back here to make amendments, I want to agree with the Attorney General that let that particular clause remain the way it is. Thank you very much.
Yes.
May I seek clarification, Chair?
Right, Honourable Speaker. When you look at the definition of other public service,
Maybe you could first hear from Aisha. Then
Chair, I am actually in support of Chairman, as I seek clarification from the Attorney General. If every public service is taken care of, okay? Now, this other addition you are adding, are we putting a provision where someone will opt, I may opt not to belong to Makerere and come to this public service? Is that what we are providing for? And that's what the chairman's report was saying. It causes confusion because as of now, already every public servant is somewhere. So when you say, and those that may opt, are we putting a provision for people to choose not to belong to their mother organizations and subscribe to the mainstream public service scheme?
Additional clarification. Additional, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I want to see, you see, Mr. Attorney General.
First look at the definition of other public service.
Attorney General. You see, Mr. Attorney General, when you look at the NSSF Act, the kind of clients of that bill are not like what is in public service, civil servants. When you look at the Makerere Act, a primary teacher cannot subscribe, and is a civil servant in the government, cannot subscribe to the bill which gives pension scheme to Makerere University. So what is restricting? Do you want to suggest that somebody can be saving money in different schemes at the same time and is a civil servant? It is not possible. Because what you are going to earn as a civil servant from your salary is what they are going to save on part of your saving as a civil servant. So what I want to know from you, if the Makerere Bill Act has restrictions on categories of people, including primary teachers like me, teaching at Shimoda Demotion School. They cannot serve from Makerere University. So how do you bring them to the new scheme that we are trying to work on as a bill? Could you guide us on that?
First of all, for information, even as we speak now, there are some, Makerere University is a supranational scheme. There are actually some members of Makerere University who are serving in NSSF. So the one of Makerere University is you elect. This public service one is this is a mandatory scheme for civil servants. So the moment you're a civil servant, that's what we are saying, the moment you're a public servant, you have the right to participate in this scheme. What this scheme is saying is that, for example, when you look at other public service, and Right Honorable Chair, we need to start from the definition of public servant from the Constitution. The Constitution defines public servant to include all these people who have been defined as other public servants. Now, if these other public servants in this agency, say NFA, decide that they wanted to join the public service scheme, mandatory scheme, by removing that allowance for them to join, then that means you have kept them out. But you can actually have, when you have mandatory schemes, yes, it's selective.
Yes. Look at D, Part D. Look at Part D.
We want him to guide us clearly to avoid the further challenges on this act or bill once it is assented to. Mr. Attorney General, when you go to Chambogo University, they have their scheme. When you talk to the UNEB, they have their scheme. But there are people we are looking at in the public service who have been having their scheme. I think that's what I see myself, but you can correct me. I'm looking at a teacher now, primary and secondary, and that category of people. So are you stating that once you open this, then it is mandatory that Chambogo University will close the other schemes to be filtered into this one?
Musomesa, this act does not apply to, one, a person in elective position, two, a member of armed forces, three, an employee of a security organization, four, an employee in other public service subscribing to an existing retirement benefit scheme. That is what answers you. Oh, thank you.
So, Right Honorable, what we are saying here is that the ones who are in schemes are taken care of.
Yes.
But everyone else who is not in a scheme has two choices: either to set up a scheme or join this one. The idea of this principle is that there should not be a public servant who does not have a saving for pension.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, would you love to consider?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not conceding. And let me explain that. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the definition of other public service, it's very clear. It says means public service in government agencies, departments, authorities, boards, or commissions subscribing to a retirement benefit scheme other than the pension scheme. So it's saying, it's actually referring to people who already belong to existing pension scheme. And in this case, Makerere University is one of them. So the question we are putting is, why would we want to disorganize an existing scheme that is doing well instead of concentrating on correcting, not necessarily failing, but creating this? And Right Honorable Speaker, we think that this should be restricted to the people who are under the current scheme that will move into the new scheme. But those who are in the other schemes like Makerere and the rest should be maintained. Otherwise, the moment we create room for people to begin to run.
Honorable, does that negate the others? I want you to read this one. 1. This act applies to employees in public service. Public service, first stop there. And employees of other public service who elect, meaning voluntary, to join the scheme. It is just...
Right, Honorable Speaker.
You get it, eh?
Right, Honorable
There's
Chair.
no contradiction.
Right, Honorable Chairperson. That's what he seeks. That's what he seeks to amend. What it is right now is that, as you read it, he seeks to amend it to say this act applies to employees in public service. That's what he seeks
Which
to
is
amend.
the first part.
Which is the first part. And
Yes.
what he is saying, and I agree with him, because the object of the bill is to do away with direct benefits schemes, okay? We want to do away with the DB. Now you want to bring people who are already in contributory schemes and bring
We
them
are
in
saying
here.
it is voluntary.
Yes.
So it
Even
is
when-
elective.
Chair.
Madam Chair,
Chair, my understanding.
the word
first-
is voluntary. Elect. And it is voluntary. That's number one. Number two, and what I've heard the Attorney General say, there could be an organization that will create here an agency which falls under other public service. And before they start
That
their
is
own
for
contributory,
three.
and before
That
they
is
start
for
their own
three.
scheme, they can elect that for us as a
Yes.
new authority, all of us shall go to
Yes.
the one existing.
Yes.
So it should be really flexible.
Yes.
Yeah, Chair, I would like to start with that particular argument. Is that I want to give a practical example. Supposing we create Lango University. So, you start Lango University, they have a choice of either establishing a Lango scheme or they can say they are joining this. So that's why this provision is important to remain, to give options. Let's not look at the existing schemes, but other schemes that may come. We might even create another organization here. That's the first understanding. But the second one on E is that because there are people who are going to retire at the age of 60, my understanding, the proposal was to give them that an option to join on because they are this close now to the retirement age. That's why E is there. It's giving flexibility for those who are already 55, and at 60 they are going to retire. That's why this provision of E is there and should actually remain. So that they have a choice of saying, yes, I'm 55, I'm going to join. Or, I'm now close to, I'm not going to join. So I want to agree with the Attorney General and the position of the bill that it seems to be. Right. Thank you.
Chair, can you concede?
Right, Honorable Speaker. If you will permit,
Let's move forward. Chair, we all use the same English.
Right, Honorable
Unless-
Speaker, I concede.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Under clause 5, clause 5 talks about establishment of the public service pension fund. And when you read through from 1, 2, 3 up to 4, nothing talks about the objective of the objective of the fund. I was thinking it is at this point when we'd have
6 is functions of the fund.
Yes, later on when we read through functions of the fund, actually I will suggest that these are looked at as functions of the board. When you look at them, you look at them, sir, ma'am. When you look at 6, they are actually functions of the board, but objectives of the fund. They can be merged.
9.
6 and 9 can be merged, but when you look at 6, it doesn't look to be functions of the board. When you look through of the fund, to establish and operate the scheme, to do what, it's not function of the fund, it's actually functions of the board.
The functions of the fund, that's 6. The fund shall exercise the following functions: to establish and operate a scheme for persons employed in public service and other public service who elect to join in the scheme, to specify the roles for contribution, record keeping, and payment out of the fund, to finance the payment of the benefits under the scheme. Yes.
Chair, I think the concern of Honorable Aisha, from my understanding, is that the fund is not just a fund; it's a person, a legal person. Yes,
it's a body corporate.
Yes, it's a legal person. Now we are giving this legal person the functions as a legal person. What do you do? This is what is here.
Yes.
The board does something else. So
when you look at 5.2, the fund shall be a body corporate. Yes.
Say functions of parliament.
Yes.
Functions of parliament.
Yes.
Yes. As a legal entity, this is what you do. So the fund is not just the fund as money.
It's not. Yes, not money.
Yeah.
Chair, the Attorney General can advise us if functions and objectives are one of the same, and you don't need functions of the fund. Then I'll give in. He's the legal mind of the institution.
Okay.
I think the functions and objects are different, and all of them have been provided for, because the objects of the Act is there, the functions of the fund are there, the functions of the board are there, all of them are there at separate times. And when you look at them, maybe when we get to the functions of the fund, I think that's where you may want to, if you think that there is something that we need to clarify, that's what we could clarify. But I think it's clear what Clause 5. Clause 5 is about establishment of the body corporate.
AG, I agree, but do objectives of the Act serve to be the same as the objectives of the fund? I agree, objectives of the Act is there, but objectives of the fund, it is missing.
Right Honourable, this fund doesn't have any objectives. This particular fund does not have any objectives.
Thank you.
It has function.
I put a question that Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
6.
Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 6 is amended by, A, by substituting for paragraph A the following. A, to administer the scheme. B, by substituting for paragraph B the following. B, to collect contributions from pensionable employees and their employers. Justification, a consequential amendment to the amendment of Clause 4. 2, to provide for collection of contributions as a function of the board. And 3, to delete a function of the board that is administrative in nature.
Minister?
Agreed.
Chair.
Attorney General?
We have no objection. We thank the committee for their input.
Chair.
Yes.
I wanted to inquire from the Minister of Public Service if he's comfortable with that objective and whether it would be problematic to include the boards engaging in investment of such funds, because we know the resources may accumulate and they need to multiply and generate more revenue for the fund. So it will be important to appreciate what your comments on that would be.
Yes.
Chair, on that amendment, the chair seemed to base his justification on amendment of clause 4.
Consequential. Where he's talking about consequential.
Yes, and we did not. We rejected.
Yet we rejected.
Under clause 4.
Right, Honorable Chair, even without this, without clause 4, the proposal that has been made by the committee allows for more flexibility for the fund, because it says the fund shall administer the scheme. So all the functions you have to do to administer the scheme are taken. So we think it's
I
a good
put a
addition.
question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7.
Right, Honorable Chair, I would like to seek guidance from colleagues and Chair and AG whether we don't need a restrictive section here that bars the fund from investing in speculative investments, lending. You know, there is a tendency of people having appetite to invest, but pensions are supposed to be so risk averse. So don't we need a restrictive clause here from speculative investments, lending, and also committing them to UBRA's guidance, because they are supposed to, from time to time, UBRA guides where pension schemes should invest.
I think later on when we get into the bill, we will see when we are talking about investment, but it's actually not a good idea for Parliament to prescribe the nature of investment, because we can't know what tomorrow is going to hold.
We are speculating because we shall have a farm manager.
Fund,
we shall
yes.
have, yes.
Thank you.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. And the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, clause 8 is amended in subclause 1A in paragraph E, Roman number 1, by substituting for the word center the word federations. 2, by inserting immediately after the word center the words one of whom shall be a pensioner. B, in paragraph F, Roman number 1, by substituting the word or appearing immediately after the word knowledgeable, the word N. 2, by substituting for the word or appearing immediately after the words retirement benefits, the word N. Justification, bullet 1, to synchronize with the Labor Unions Act, Cap 228. 2, to introduce the conjuncture. N, to safeguard against the nomination of inexperienced persons from the board.
Yes, AG.
Right, Honorable Chair, would propose that we, instead of using the word federation, we use council, because federation relates to federation of unions, different unions put together into a federation. They may not be a public service. It may not be a union of public servants. And then for the other part, the second F, where they've removed or and placed and, it can create a problem because it's now conjunctive, meaning that you have three persons not being public servant who are knowledgeable and experienced in matters relating to administration of return and actuarial valuation, banking, insurance. It's very difficult to find the person who has all these qualifications. That's why we are saying or. So you need to have someone who is knowledgeable, who has, it may be knowledgeable through experience, it could be knowledgeable through training, it could be knowledgeable through work experience. But when you say and, we may not be able to get this person. So I'm proposing that, while I agree that the center was a wrong word to use, I propose that in clause 8, 1E, be amended to read two representatives of the public service labor unions nominated by the council.
So we shall define what a council is.
Yes, we shall define what a council is. And then for F, I propose that we leave the or instead of the and, as it were in the bill. I beg to submit.
Chair?
Right Honorable Speaker, first on the federation and versus the council. When you look at the councils, these councils, the negotiating council is composed of members of the different federations. Now, our opinion is that we allow the federations to nominate these members, but we could restrict, because the public service labor unions are members of the federations, and there are 2 registered federations. So we could still use the federations, but restrict that the membership should be drawn from public service labor unions who are members of the federations. Yeah. We could restrict it so that we allow the federations to, to be part of this.
AG?
I think that's fair enough if they restrict them to the representatives being members of the public service pension schemes, whichever we are. So I can propose a redraft to read, that is clause 8(1)(e), to read 2 representatives of the public service labor unions nominated by the federations, 2 representatives of public service labor union nominated by the federation, provided always that these shall be from participating members of those public service labor unions.
Right Honorable Chair, that drops one important thing, which is said, one of whom shall be a pensioner. Because members, they are contributing members and they are pensioners. And so important that pensioners are represented as a category of people. So what the chairman had brought in, one of whom shall be a pensioner, is very important. Because a member can be an active member or can be a pensioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, what she's raising is right, but from the federations, they are pensioners. If you were a member of the federation, when you were in active service, after retiring, it doesn't make you not a member. So the pensioners are also part of those federations.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, let us fully express that provision there for a pensioner. He might be there, but they will look at those who are in active service, who are saving. But this person is pulled out. Once you put it there, it expressly states that there must be a pensioner within the elective positions. And they are very useful in running these schemes.
AG?
I thank the member for that guidance. I think it would read that 2. Thank you. And first, Honorable Aisha, then Express. Yes, thank you. 2 representatives of the public service, 2 representatives from public service labor unions nominated by the council, by the federation, one of whom shall be a pensioner. And at least one of whom shall be a pensioner. You can choose to pick 2. Thank you.
I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the committee and further amended by Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9.
Right Honorable Speaker, clause 9 is amended. A, in subclause 1, Roman number 1, in paragraph C, by substituting for the word collect, the words oversee the collection of. 2, by deleting paragraph Roman number 1. And 3, in paragraph J, by inserting immediately after the word manager, the word administrator.
It is I, not 1.
I, yes.
Is reading in his.
Aye, sorry. And Roman number 4, by inserting immediately after paragraph 1 the following. M, advise the minister on matters relating to the administration of the fund. Justification, bullet 1, to limit the functions of the Board of Trustees to oversight and management, to provide for appointment of an administrator, to provide for an additional function of the board to advise the minister on matters relating to the administration of the fund.
AJ.
Right Honorable Chair, we have no objection to the amendment to clause 9(1)(c). 9(1)(i) is a function that we think that the fund will have to undertake. Inspect financial records of an employer required to make contributions. Maybe the challenge would be to say in respect to the employment or to the payment of the employment. Right Honorable Chair, the challenge that these funds find is where a person is contributing a certain amount for the employee, but is reporting a different amount. So the ability to inspect these records is extremely important for fund managers to actually know, to avoid the employee getting, after the time of their pension, come and say, no, I was expecting 2 million, why are you giving me 1 million? So I think we need this clause, I. For 9(1)(j), we have no objection. 9(1)(m), we have no objection.
I concede.
Yes, Honorable Aisha.
First, I have a clarification I seek, then I'll pray for an insertion. M, exercise any functions necessary to achieve the objectives of the fund. The Attorney General already said that this fund has no objectives. That's what he said, that the fund has no objectives. Now M is saying, exercise any other function necessary to achieve the objectives of the fund.
Honorable Aisha, those are semantics, really. And like you have an objective for being here.
I know, Right Honorable Chair, but it's on record.
Okay, you can replace it with the functions.
Okay, we can replace it with function if he desires. And then I pray, maybe he speaks to that be first.
Right Honorable Chair, I concede to that, to changing that to the functions, to achieve the functions of the fund.
I don't know whether we have to be express, but I think we have to be express and include N, hold an annual general meeting. It's a key function of the board, and we have to be express about it.
D. In D,
Madam Chair, it is
approve
already there.
annual work plans and budgets of the fund in
Madam Chair, it is already
consultation with the
in
Prime
L.
Minister.
Hold an
And
annual
then
general
L,
meeting of the members.
Then L, hold annual general meetings of the members and.
I concede, thank you.
Okay, yes.
Madam Chair, the committee and the Attorney General has agreed that the board should be restricted to do oversight. But in the same sentence of oversight, they have included administration, they have included management. Therefore, no amendment is necessary here. It means the board will do everything, oversight, administration, and management. I seek clarification. What do you really want the board to do?
Do you have the bill?
I think here what
What this clause 9 is doing, clause 9 is just providing the oversight. So, for example, when management makes its work plan, it takes them to the board for approval. When it does collections, these ones oversee. They don't do the work plan, but maintaining records and etc. Those are records of the company, but the person responsible for them is the board. If a company, for example, you do audited accounts of a company, they're done by management, but the holder of those accounts is the board. So the board will approve them and then keep them in their record.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed and further amended by the Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
10.
Right Honourable Speaker, clause 10 is amended in sub-clause 5 by inserting immediately after the word institution the words with approval of the minister. Justification to provide safeguards against unfair removal of a person representing an institution.
Yes. AJ?
Oh, we have no objection.
I put a question that clause 10 be.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Chair. This is when we lost opportunity to debate. I have a problem with a 3-year term. Pension boards, normally when they...
Let's first dispose of this one.
We're on 10.
That when you're supposed to be removed from office as an institution, the institution should consult the minister. That is what you're talking about. The institution must consult the minister. And if I remember where he said that you'll find out of grudges because somebody hates you, they will just decide to wake up from nowhere and say, Aisha, you have stopped being in the pension fund of Parliament. So here we are saying, before you're removed, you must come back to the Speaker and say, we are removing Aisha. That is the point where we are.
Chair, I have no problem with that, but you are going to put a question on the whole 10.
Okay,
and yet I was
now
proposing
that one
an
is
amendment
okay.
on the
Let's
first
go to
one.
another one.
Thank you so much.
My
request, my submission was on 10.1, the tenure of office, period of 3 years. Many of the people you see on this board that will assume office are there by virtue of their offices. And for someone to become a good pensioner, undergoes through rigorous training. Now when you say someone is a pensioner for 3 years and eligible renewal only once, you'll find that by the time the type of person has acquired competencies to serve well, this person is actually exiting. I want to persuade colleagues to accept tenure of office to be 5 years, so that when you lose 1 year for the person to learn what he's doing, he has other years for service. Otherwise, 3 years appears to be too short a time of service.
Honourable members, matters of pension, you need fresh ideas. Or else if you leave them there, they will finish pensioners' money. Yes. Yes, Faith.
Yes,
then,
Madam Chair.
Then it's Kumi.
3 years are adequate for a person to deliver. And if it is renewable, it will be another 6 years. For any knowledgeable person, that's adequate.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. Previously, I was in the committee when the bill started, and we debated on the years, the 3, the 5. But the explanation that we felt was right is that if you put 5 years, assuming that you have a member of the board who is incompetent, who does not know the work, who is a problem, are you going to continue enduring with that person? And that is why we feel the 3 years would be okay.
Honourable members, I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Chair. So we are going to bring a discussion on term limits.
Honorable Speaker, clause 12 is substituted for the following. 1. Where a chairperson or member of the board dies, resigns or is removed from office under this act, the minister shall, within 3 months of the occurrence of the vacancy, appoint another person qualified to be appointed a chairperson or member of the board under this act to replace the member of the board. 2. The chairperson or member of the board referred to in subsection 1 shall hold office for a full term provided for under section 10. Justification. For subclause 1 to also apply to chairpersons of the board. 2. To reduce on the time within which the vacancy should be filled. And 3. To provide for a full term of 3 years for new members of the board.
Right Honorable Chair. In principle, we agree with the replacement of the chair and the member of the board in the period of 3 months. And to that extent, we agree with the committee. However, we don't agree with the committee where they propose that a person comes and serves another full term. Meaning, for example, if the board has been in office for, say, 2.5 years, and one board member dies, and you have to replace that board member, then that means this new board member will sit for 6 months, then serve another 1.5 months, 2.5 years, then come back. Where it has been used, Right Honorable Chair, it has caused confusion in the boards. It is important for the pensioners to know who are my board for what period. Yes. So that when they come to the AGM, they are dealing with the issue of that board. But it gets very, very complicated in these public bodies where you're relieving 2 people, then keeping 1, then keeping another. So you are constantly in the process of election of boards and filling boards and filling boards, and therefore there is never cohesion. So we pray and request colleagues that we do we do allow that where a chairperson or a member of the board is removed from office under this act, the minister shall within 3 months of the occurrence of the vacancy appoint another person qualified to be appointed a member of the board under this act to replace the chairperson or the member of the board and to hold office for the remainder of the term of that board that is removed. I beg to submit. Thank you.
The Chair.
I would like to support the chairman of the committee and the portion of the committee report. In good governance, they actually advising us to stagger the board so that the board does not exit at the same time. When they join same time and leave the same time, you lose institutional memory. So it's a good thing that some will exit and others have 6 months to leave or 1 year, so that people who come later, they have people to take them through issues in the board. Even UBRA advises existing board that they find a way to stagger. Let me remind colleagues before we get excited.
Thank you.
When we're discussing NSSF, the minister even told us here that they conditioned one of the members to resign before time to create a situation when the board is staggered. And they paid money actually to those people who offered to exit before time. So it's a good thing that the board is staggered for purposes of institutional memory.
Thank you. Honorable members, much as we respect the institutional memory, we have a secretary who will be there, and a very good fund will always have minutes. We have a fund manager. And I don't see what's wrong with what AG is proposing. Yes.
Madam Chair,
I don't see why members or why Honorable Aisha is scared. Because once this bill is assented to, the board will be appointed. Once the board is appointed, in renewing after the 3 years, they drop some, so that new ones are brought on board. And that is how the staggering comes.
Staggering.
Yes. So there is no cause for alarm in this. That is actually what happens. So I wanted to state, Madam Chair, that I think this clause remains the way it is.
I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the committee and further amended by Attorney General. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. I put a question. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker, clause 20 is amended in subclause 3 by deleting in consultation with the minister. Justification to reduce bureaucracy in a day-to-day function of the board.
AG.
Right Honourable Chair, the guarantor of this money of the pensioners is government. And the boards left to their own devices can really it can be chaotic because they can decide to increase their salaries every week. So we are not saying, we have seen it in this experience of rationalization. We have seen what has been happening. So I think the oversight in consultation with the minister should not be a problem. Because all you're saying is this is what, in fact, for me, I was proposing members that this should be with the approval of the minister. 23, the terms and conditions of employment. Colleagues, we are struggling in government today with keeping these emoluments and having some degree of sanity in the space. So if we say every board will come in and just make its own decision.
So the terms and conditions of employment of other staff of the fund shall be determined by the board with approval of the minister.
Right Honourable Chair. Chair.
Yes.
I want to support the Attorney General because we as Parliament, we should have a particular person we face here in Parliament to condemn on the operation and the terms and benefits of that fund. And you know the challenge we have. You don't mind about there are cleaners who have been getting money above even a university lecturer because there is nobody restricting and monitoring and controlling checks and balances.
Chair?
Chair. Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. I want to remind colleagues that actually the minister is already represented on the board. They are representatives of the minister on this board.
Approval.
2, I want to tell members that these boards are supposed to work independent of the sponsors. They are supposed to work independent of the sponsors. That's why you put there your representative of the board to represent your interests. Otherwise, when you say that to recruit staff, they have to do it in consultation with the minister,
Honourable,
then the minister will be managing the pension scheme.
Honourable Aisha, the minister takes political responsibility. He's the only one who can come here and explain about that fund, not anybody else. So the approval of a minister is very crucial. Maybe we may need to check yours of the pension fund.
Chair.
Because if it is not like that, then we need to amend.
Right, Honorable Chair.
The approval of the speaker must be put there.
I am speaking from the knowledge of the pension funds, how they operate, and what I'm telling you is how funds operate. If you want to operate differently, we may.
Honorable Dur, I want you to study that pension fund act so that we understand who approves the operational expenses.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I concede.
I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the AG. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
I put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
21.
Clause 21 is amended A by inserting immediately after subclause 1 the following. The minister may appoint an administrator or any other service provider for the fund during the interim period provided under this section. B, in subclause 4 by substituting for the word 3 the word 2, justification, to provide for the appointment of service providers during the interim period 2, to reduce the interim period so as to expedite the transition process.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
Is the transition period should be shorter because that is. I put a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21 as amended.
I put a question that clause 21 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put a question that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Chair.
Clause 23 is substituted for the following. There is established a scheme to be known as the Public Service Pension Scheme. Justification to harmonize the clause with the object of the bill.
AG.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
I put a question that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
Chair.
Clause 24 is amended A in the head note by substituting the word scheme, the word fund. B in clause 1 by substituting the words member of the scheme, the words member of the fund, and wherever else they appear in the bill. C in subclause 2 Roman number 1 in paragraph B by inserting immediately after the word years the words or less, and Roman number 2 by deleting paragraph C. Justification to provide for membership of the fund. 2, a consequential amendment to clause 4.
Minister.
I think here, Right Honorable Chair, it should remain as a scheme because you have the fund, which is the body corporate, which is the members do not become members of that fund. The fund is the body corporate, which has its entity. But when they contribute their money, they contribute to a scheme. So we need to be clear as to, I think what we are looking to achieve here is that I am participating in the scheme. Once I get out of the fund, once I get out of the scheme, the fund runs the scheme for me. So the members are members of the scheme. Yes. So I think I would propose that the bill be retained as it is in clause 24.
submit.
Maybe he would consider after that. Okay, my clarification is on 24.2b, and permit me, having lost the opportunity to debate, I just want to understand, because if members that have left are left with 5 years to retire, are made subjected to a contributory fund. Yes, mandatory. Would the 5 years be enough for them to make substantial contribution for their retirement? I just want to understand this. For those who elect to join, that's okay. But those who are going to join, who are conscripted to join by law, are 5 years sufficient? What other schemes have done, maybe it would run like 10 years to allow the existing members to go. The two schemes would run the same time for like 10 years so that people make substantial contribution. Otherwise, 5 years, the contribution would be too small to benefit someone in his retirement. May I just seek clarification? I seek to understand. I hear a colleague saying it's better. Let me explain. In this contributory fund, you benefit out of the contributions that you've made and what your sponsors made for you. Now, 5 years, if you're going to contribute for only 5 years, would it earn this person some money? Maybe you can explain to us the formula, if it guarantees them some money over and above to which they are contributing. I seek clarification.
Right, Honorable Chair, this is it's really not a legal matter, but what the advisors have given is that if a person contributes for 5 years, that's why you see clause 1, the ones who have more than 5 years, those ones are mandatory. The moment you have more than 5 years in the service, it is mandatory, and they have computed that that person will get reasonable return on his pension. Because remember, they already had an accumulated pension in government, which they are moving with to this contributory scheme. So those ones who had 5 years and more, it is clear. But then there are those who have 3 years left. Now that person, is up to them to make a decision. Do I get my money now and go away, or do I put it here and wait for the 3 years? But in both instances, there is money they are carrying from the government pension scheme now, which they've already earned, which is moving to this new contributory scheme. So there is benefit in that. But the second one is election, is voluntary.
Clarification.
Thank you, AG. Okay.
Mr.
Baka is back.
I concede.
Yes, Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Madam Chair, from the explanation with the Attorney General, I even feel we are doing a disservice to those who are left with just 3 years. Earnings of 3 years saved can help a pensioner. So 5 years is good, but even those ones of 3 years should have been brought under this bracket, such that we force them to save.
No, it is a mandatory. Mandatory.
Yeah, we should have put it at 3 years, those with 3 years and above, such that the bracket is bigger.
For now, let's
information that even this one, even the current one, pensioners like I have in my district, elders are dying every day. They are not getting any money at all. So even if somebody has 2 years, I would encourage they join this one, because there's a little bit of assurance in this new one, some bit of assurance. That old one is very, very problematic. People are not getting any money at all. There's even no option. People members are dying. So even 2 years, I pray that they join this. Even 1 year. Yeah, so they transfer their money. Through this, they can pay. That one is dangerous.
Are you close to 5 years, or it is open?
I think, Right Honourable Chair, like I said, this was advised. It is not a legal issue. It is advised by professionals. But the person of 3 years is not stopped from joining.
So
what we have is that they are free to join. But those ones is not mandatory. But if he doesn't join, he still gets his pension that he had in government. Yes, the status quo remains. So that is why when you see the transition period, we shall be closing out this at some point.
So AG, do we maintain the clause as it was, or?
I propose we maintain the clause as it was because it was advised by the professionals as that.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Chair.
Honorable Speaker, when you look at 25, the earlier decision affects this 25.
Chair, registration of members.
Because when you look at 25 is registration of members, the 25(1)A that we had suggested to have it deleted says transfer to the fund the pension files and other relevant information for employees under Section 24(2)A and C. And when you look at Section 24(2)A and C, talks about...
Not amended.
Yeah, it's not amended.
Okay. AG?
That's the position, right, Honorable Chair. We maintain clause 25 as it is in the bill.
I put a question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
26.
26, right, Honorable Speaker. Clause 26 is amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words and that employee has not elected to continue contributing to the fund. Justification, a consequential amendment to the amendment of clause 4. I think that's the same decision here.
Yes.
Yeah, this one doesn't change as well because
Okay.
of
So we
earlier
leave
decision.
it as it is in
Yes.
the AG.
Yes, as a result of our discussion on clause 4, clause 26 remain as it is in the bill.
I put a question that clause 26
Chair,
stands part of the bill. Those in
Chair.
favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes. I've not put a question.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to recast the reading. Instead of saying cancellation of registration, should be exit of members. Members join and they exit. So it would be exit of members, and down there, a fund may exit an employee. Just to recast how it should read in the pension fund language.
AG?
This is an action of the fund. The employee exits, the fund cancels registration. So the person who is exiting, so you can't say the fund can exit a person. So when you say the fund may exit an employee, that means the action of the fund. But if the employee exits that employment, whatever, the action of the fund is to cancel. So I think this may read better because what you're expecting the fund to do is what we are providing for here. So it's to cancel their registration.
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
27.
Honorable Speaker, clause 27 is amended by deleting subclause 6 and 7. Justification, these are substantive clauses of the law that should not be varied by a statutory instrument.
AG?
I do appreciate the proposal by the committee, and I think I'll concede it. I think the purpose here is that we are saying there will be a 10% contribution and a 5% contribution by the employee, and that if it has to be changed, it has to come back to the House.
Yes.
We concede that.
I put a question on clause 27 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27 as amended.
I put a question that clause 27 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I put a question that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
Chair.
Clause 29 is amended. A, in subclause 2D by substituting the word withdrawal, the word exit. B, in subclause 3 by deleting paragraph B. Justification for clarity and as a consequential amendment to the amendment in clause 4.
I concede to the exit by the employee if the employee exits the public service, but 3B, all right? 3B is saying that a responsible officer may suspend payment of the contribution for the period where an employee who has not retired in accordance with the Act ceases to receive monthly payment in respect to his or her pensionable service, or in the case of employees in other public ceases to be employed. But if you're deleting this, that is 29(3)B. There's a proposal by the committee to delete that. We think it should be maintained. So we concede to the amendment of 29(2)D to read exit from the public service in accordance with this act, and then 3B be maintained as it is in the bill.
Chair?
Right Honourable Speaker, because we did not amend clause 4, we agree to that, maintain.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed and further amended by AG. Those in favor said aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
I put a question that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that clause 30 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Chair.
Clause 31 is amended in subclause 1B by inserting immediately before the word penalty the word monthly. And the justification is for clarity.
AJ?
No objection, but this means that if government fails to pay, we pay monthly penalty. So we may have to come back for appropriation.
Yes. I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31 as amended.
I put a question, clause 31 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I put a question that clause 32 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
33.
Clause 33 is amended by substituting for subclause 1 the following. 1. Qualifying service is the period between the date on which an employee begins to draw salary until the date the employee leaves the public service. And justification, consequential amendment to the amendment in clause 4.
AG?
Right, Honourable Chair, having not amended clause 4, I pray that clause 33 remains as part of the bill as it appears in the proposal.
Chair? Chair?
Right Honourable Speaker, some people are trying to harass me. I just want to make sure I take correct decision because I'm doing this on behalf of my members.
There's nothing consequential because there was no amendment.
I concede, Right Honourable Speaker.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
34. Chair?
Right Honourable Speaker, that is clause 34 is amended by deleting subclause 2 B in subclause 3 by substituting for paragraph C the following. C. retirement on medical grounds as shall be granted by the employer on the recommendation of the medical board. Justification for clarity, and as again there was no amendment on clause 4.
AG?
But for purposes of clarity, the clarity aspect has to be maintained, right, Honorable Speaker?
Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair. We need to be careful here because there is retiring as a result of a medical ground which you have sustained at work. And then there is retiring because of medical grounds, but you have not sustained them at work. Now, those who have sustained that at work are entitled to their pension. But those who sustain whatever medical reasons outside the workplace cannot now make it the problem of the employer that I sustain and therefore I must retire. For example, I am supposed to be receiving pension having worked for 10 years. I worked for 5 years and I got an injury at my workplace. And because of the injury at the workplace, I must retire. That person should be entitled to their pension. But a person who has worked for 5 years gets an injury maybe while playing football or something in their leisure time and has to retire from employment. That person needs to be refunded their contribution but not get a pension. So I propose that we maintain the wording as it is in the bill because that is what it is trying to achieve. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, I want to disagree somehow, or not disagree, but give my view in this particular situation. Somebody sustains injury from workplace, this one should be paid the pension. But according to him, somebody who sustains injury any other place should not. Say, for example, I'm a worker here in Parliament. I came to Parliament and on my way, possibly I got a problem on the way, not necessarily from Parliament. Do you mean to say I should not be paid my money?
More clarification, Madam Speaker.
Linda?
When we are defining cost of employment,
clarification.
it includes going from work, home, and back. That's in the course of your employment. But let us say you are not in the course of your employment. Say you happen to be doing maybe other things.
But Madam Chair,
Speaker, for
Madam
the
Chair, I want
clarification.
to.
Linda.
Madam Chair, I want to probe that. Madam Chair, can I
Speaker,
probe
for
that
the
further?
clarification. I may get an injury, maybe doing my other things, and I'm forced to retire. But I've been saving my money. Should they refund that money without interest, or they're going to refund that money with the interest? Because that money must be making some interest. So we want to know
But
if
that-
I'm not getting pension,
But
is
in
that
the
money
process,
being refunded with interest?
that money has been accruing interest.
Yes.
In the process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the money should be refunded with interest.
Yes, Madam Chair, I wanted to probe the question I had raised to Attorney General. You see, the explanation Attorney General has given, still for me, I'm not convinced. Because, say, for example, our work does not, say, somebody's work does not maybe stop from where he works from. Still, let me use a situation of members of Parliament. Our work does not only belong here, we must also go to the constituency. And also this applies to any other worker. Somebody works in Kampala, maybe is going to the village for any other activity and gets problem. I think let's be considerate to people. Whatever amount of money they have contributed and they have worked for 5 years, they should benefit.
Yes,
for me, that's my view.
Chair, I think we should be very careful with dichotomizing injuries and where they occur. We should be extremely careful. Otherwise, this law is likely to even lose the human face. Take an example. You are on leave and you get an injury. Realistically speaking, that is not in the course of employment. You are on leave. how do you then say that does not concern the fund? You are in Bujiri. You are in Bujiri. You have gone to Bujiri. You have fallen in a bathroom, which is really an accident. In a bathroom. And then you come and argue that, you see, that does not concern us. What were you doing in a bathroom? This law is going to lose the human face. I want to ask Learned Attorney General that the idea of, if it is really injuries, yes, information from Hajati.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair and Honorable Basare, for giving way. I think people are reading this now in isolation of the foregone clauses. Number one, to qualify, you should have served for 10 years. Once you have served 10 years, whichever way you leave the organization, you'll be a pensioner. But you cannot say that someone who serves 2 years will become a pensioner. You serve 2 years, you are sick for any illness, you cannot become a pensioner. But if you have served 10 years, whichever way you live, so for me, Chair, the law actually is being more humane by saying that suppose you get a medical problem on job. If you have served like 5 years, you'll be a pensioner. Otherwise, they can give you other compensation and they pack you home. But now the law is being more humane and saying if you get an injury at work, let you be paid until you die. It's a very good clause. And in this case, I support
so it
the
remains
AG.
as it is.
Yes.
I put a question that clause 34 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
35.
Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 35 is amended in subclause 2 by deleting paragraph B.
AG, are you listening?
Right Honourable Chair, this clause, while we have been discussing people who are coming, but there are people who may leave the public service, what we've called the ordinary public service, and go to the other public service, but they have earned their pension this side. 35. Clause 35. So I'm proposing that this clause 35 2B remain on the book, because the person who goes to another fund starts benefiting from the other fund. If he chooses to stay this side, then there must be this. So if you remove it, then that means the person who joins another fund, where the employee ceases to remit money to this fund, will continue paying.
Thank you. Chair?
I concede on the account that we had maintained that under clause 4.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 36 is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 1 the following: pension granted under subsection 1B and C shall be paid to the member upon retirement. B, in subclause 2, by inserting immediately after the word years, the words for the benefit of the beneficiary.
AG?
We appreciate what the committee is looking to achieve, but are you saying that this money cannot be used for any other purpose other than for the benefit of the beneficiary? And if so, who is the beneficiary? Because here I think what we are doing, pension granted under 1D where a person has died, shall be paid to the legal representative for a maximum of 15 years, full stop. But if we start going into what the legal representative is going to do with the pension, because now we have to go and cross-reference with the Succession Act, figure out what a beneficiary is, and then it becomes a challenge. But the legal representative appointed to handle the benefits of that person. Could include the payment of the person's just debts. It may not be just for the beneficiary. Yes.
Chair, the Attorney General has to interest himself in matters of pension. Pension is to benefit beneficiaries, not to pay off other things. So the trustees would have a fiduciary duty to ensure that this money goes to beneficiaries. Not any legal administrator that would get this money and use it for other things. Like for you people here, in our own law, we said my money should go expressly to people I've nominated, and those are your beneficiaries. So this part seeks to protect the beneficiaries, the would-be beneficiaries of the employee, so that this money is not regarded as any estate of someone who has died to be misused in other things. It is money that particularly supposed to go to the beneficiaries of the person that earned this threat.
What if he had left his money to his friend in his will? No, but that's what we are saying here. The legal representative is supposed to enforce the wishes of the deceased. And if the deceased did not leave a will, we have a succession act which has determined for us how that money is to be used. So here, the pension is not for the benefit of beneficiaries. Pension is for the benefit of pensioners. And the pensioner can do that with that money as he wishes. If we write this, it is like when the pensioner receives his money, he must give it to his children and grandchildren because they are the beneficiary. No, it's his money. So for me here, what we are saying here is that this law, even the enforcement of this, how do I then ask the person in the fund, how does he go and confirm that that person is the beneficiary who received the money? Because then if we find tomorrow that this money was not taken by the beneficiary, then that means the person who is the fund manager will now be held responsible for it, because the law said it must go to the beneficiary. It's not sustainable.
Right, Honorable Chair, if I may clarify, under normal circumstances, employees will nominate their beneficiaries. He said, in case I die, my beneficiaries are A, B, C, D. Who ensures that this money goes to rightful people? That's why the reason the board is there. The board is supposed to ensure that your money goes to the rightful people. That's the reason why you have what is that beneficiary period? I've forgotten, the 15 years you have said. That even after you die, your money should be able to look after your family for a given period up to 15 years after your retirement. So you cannot say that beneficiaries are not our concern. Beneficiaries are concerns of the scheme. That's what it is. The members, active members, the pensioners, and even beneficiaries. Some of them would be minors. If you don't protect them, the legal people you are talking about, that's what it is.
Clarification.
Yes, legal.
Madam Chair, there are only two options when you pass on in which to deal with your estate. If you die tested, you leave a will, your estate will be dealt with in accordance with your
wishes.
If you die intestate without a will, there is a law. There is a law. So now, I want the Honorable Aisha to clarify. Are you creating another option of dealing with the estate of the deceased other than the two?
Okay.
Yes.
Richard?
Chair, I want to agree with the Honorable Aisha. You know, Honorable Baka, there is a difference between a will or not having a will in terms of pension. Because in registering for pension, you indicate your beneficiaries. So even if I do not have a will,
by the way, even here
at Parliament, in our pension scheme, Attorney General, in our pension scheme here, we register our beneficiaries who are supposed to get my money if I died.
You
That
know,
is different from
if
the
you've
will.
Not, if you've not updated your records, that's when the Succession Act now will come in.
So in other words, Attorney General, if I died without a will, my pension here at the pension fund will go to my beneficiaries. Then the other estate will go according to the Succession Act. And that's why I support Honorable Aisha here.
I could actually give you live examples. We have lost members here. And the members we've lost, we don't know whether they have wills there. But in the parliamentary pension scheme, they have a specific person they have put as a person who is the next of kin, who will be responsible. And Parliament or the pension will not pay a person who brings letters of administration. It will pay the person who is named, who is nominated in the form.
Chair.
And it has shares.
I can propose a way forward so we can move along. We can provide a clause that the members of the scheme, I think let's move on. That the let me finish. I think here what you're saying is that we can provide a clause here because it is not in this law. First of all, the example we have been using is not applicable because the parliamentary fund is excluded from this law. So this law cannot affect the parliamentary fund. But what we can do in this law, we can make a provision which requires the pensioners to name the beneficiaries. If that is the case, then you can say it's for the benefit of the what? Of the beneficiary.
Yes.
But as it is now, as the law is now, there is no requirement for beneficiaries.
So do we go by the amendment? We go by the amendment of the chair. Yes, chair. You know, he's the chair of the pension fund here.
Madam Chair, it is good the Attorney General has created me for a window to say something because I was constrained to oppose him. Honorable Aisha makes a very strong point that pension funds and pension savings
the owner of the law has gone.
Should be treated separate. Should be treated separately.
Yes.
From the estate. Madam Chair, this is not only
first repeat. AG was busy talking.
Madam Chair, I rise to support Honorable Aisha's point that pension savings should be treated separately from
the estate.
This is not only the practice of this parliament, but it is the practice across the region where we have been benchmarking, Kenya, Tanzania, and elsewhere. Madam Chair, why we do it like that is that we are saving, first of all, to have good life during retirement when we are no longer working, and also to provide social security in an event that we are not there for the people left behind. Madam Chair, we pay pension according to nomination. For instance, if I died today,
God forbid.
God forbid.
Before you pay all
but certainly one day, Madam Chair, my pension savings will be distributed according to my nomination.
Yes.
According to the number of children I wish to benefit from pension and all other that I would wish to benefit.
Okay.
But my assets are also in the will, which will be treated. That is now the will is a separate arrangement. Therefore, if we have not provided for this in this law, I think it is important that we explicitly provide for it so that pension funds are really managed, are really used and utilized for the benefit of what the pensioner wishes to save for. I have a wish, I know who will benefit from my pension. That one should really be defined properly. Yes, clarification.
Chair, before my OB seat, Minister, if you find yourself in a situation where your will says something different from your pension, how does the law reconcile that? Where your will says something different from your pension, how do you reconcile that?
Madam Chair, in respect of pension, the nomination supersedes the will.
Chair, the learned Attorney General was talking about cross-referencing the Succession
Honorable
Act.
members, honorable
it was
members.
An issue.
Honorable members. Now we are going. Aisha, you are in support of the amendment of the committee.
I'm in support of the amendment of the committee,
Yes.
and I just want to give one information to Honorable
No, we have
Basari.
already got the
It's
information.
very important, Speaker.
AG, are we now together?
Right Honorable Chair, unless this law defines this beneficiary that you speak of in this law, the only thing you're going to create is chaos.
We shall
That's why I
define the
was saying
beneficiary.
that you define beneficiary, but you must define it in consonance with other existing laws. So in an attempt to make it because what is questioned, and that's why I'm saying you need to define this beneficiary in line
in section 2
with Succession Act.
Yes.
In line with the Succession Act.
Yes.
Because once a person dies, the will or the Succession Act take over. So all these other things, nominations that you're talking about, are just going to cause confusion in your families. So what you need to do is to make sure that your nomination here, please, I am advising so that we can make a law which works. I'm advising so that we can make a law which works. If we write a law which says that upon a person's death, everything that he has done ceases and his will speaks. Now, at that point, everything in his will takes over. So what we will do is we will say for the benefit of the beneficiary, but we need to define the beneficiary here, being that person who has been nominated under the will or whatever. I beg to say.
Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I beg that honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Honorable AG.
Chair.
Right Honorable
The
Chair.
Succession Act talks about a dependent, not a beneficiary.
Can, with your permission, Chair, allow me also mention this before Honorable Basari speaks. When we are administering benefits, we don't even wait to hear for your will. Sometimes the will is even contested. Are the children going to suffer for as long as as long as your estate is disturbed?
No,
when an employee, and allow me please, when an employee passes on, the trustees are under obligation to ensure that that's why pension is there. Life will run normally for some time even after you have passed on. Now, when you peg this to your will and succession, it means life is going to come to sudden close. When we are dispensing of these things, The benefits committee sits immediately, meets your family, reads your nominees, and then if it is school fees, payment of school fees carries on to be paid for children. But if you are saying they're going to manage your estate together with your pension, life of your family will stall, because you know how management of estate sometimes has been a problem. So we manage the two things differently. We don't even wait to hear from your will, because you will by making nomination.
Chair, it's really foolhardy for us to argue that a will is irrelevant. Because you see, we are talking about matters of law. We are talking about matters of law. And when somebody brings letters of probate or letters of administration, you are not going to wish them away. Because remember, these probate or administration are granted by court. So there is no way we are going to run away from that. But there are two things we could do. Number one, in this particular bill we are talking about, we could create some exclusions. For example, we could state that without prejudice to the Succession Act. Yes, that's one of them. Yes. Otherwise, you are not going to take away matters of succession when you are talking about demise. You are not going to take it away. But I think it's also important for us to consider issues related to definition, so that at the end of it all, we become very clear. As the Attorney General is guiding, this is a recipe for disaster if we tend to ignore other pieces of legislation.
Yes, Jonathan.
Madam Chair, for me, I'm looking at the long title of the bill. It seems we want to expand the scope beyond the intention. And when you look at the long title of the bill, the current discussion maybe does not have a place even in this bill. And I wanted to propose that we confine ourselves to the principles that were laid here, which is how to transit the civil servants from the current scheme to the next scheme. Even if you look at through the entire provision here, if we start bringing these other matters, then this law is going to be chaotic actually.
So what is your suggestion on this?
My suggestion
as it is.
Yeah, we maintain as it is.
As it is in the
Madam Chair, I concur with the Honorable Dur. Because
I put a question that clause 36 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I put a question that clause 37 starts part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
38.
Right Honourable Speaker, clause 38 is amended in subclause 1 by substituting for the chapeau the following.
Whatever is not defined that is being used shall be defined in interpretation clause. Yes.
The following: a member of the fund who does not qualify for pension under section 36 or short service gratuity under section 37 is entitled to a one-off refund of the employee and employer contributions. Justification to allow members who have qualified for pension or short service gratuity under clause 36 and 37 respectively to receive their pensions or short service gratuity instead of a refund of contributions.
AG?
Chair, the clause 37 and the proposal being made makes reference to short service gratuity. But going through this entire bill, there is nowhere where you are explaining what short service gratuity is. But also too, Chair, you know, this bill also seeks to repeal the Pensions Act. Now, the Pensions Act has very elaborate provisions on the aspect of gratuity. This bill is silent on that. I needed some clarification from you on that aspect.
Reggie?
Right Honorable Chair, I'm going to have to take a minute to address my mind to what the Honorable Asman is raising, and I think he's correct. We haven't defined the short service gratuity in here, but I need to flip it.
But that's what I said. We shall define it
Yes.
in interpretation clause.
And I think
Chair, under this specific question of short service, if you look at 2A to E, it appears to explain what short service gratuity means. So it is self-defining under A to E. On medical grounds, if you have served, then you leave your
37.2.
we are going to go and define short service
No, it
gratuity.
is already defined in 37.
It's described here.
Yes, it's described.
Yes. But I'm going to flip. But on 38, Right Honorable Speaker, when they say a member of the scheme is entitled to a one-off refund of the employees or employer's contribution on termination, on dismissal, when it is changed and say a member of the fund who does not qualify for pension under section 36 or the short service is entitled to one of. So we are saying that a person who works for government for 1 year and is dismissed is entitled to this payment.
A one-off.
A one-off.
Yes.
Why are we rewarding misconduct?
No, that is his saving. That is his
No,
saving.
because this one is saying a member of the scheme who is entitled to one-off refund. But here they are saying a person who does not qualify for the pension scheme.
A refund.
Any member of the scheme, once you join the scheme on day one, you are a member of the scheme. It doesn't make you a pensioner. You are a member of the scheme. You're not. But here, when you say a member who does not qualify for pension, then that means a person who has worked for 3 years will not be entitled to a refund. Because here you have said a member of the fund who does not qualify for pension. For you to qualify for pension, you must have worked for 10 years. So you only become qualified to this refund, one-off refund, after working for 10 years. That's not the intention of government. The intention of government is when you join the scheme and you work for 2 years and we dismiss you, your money is given back to you.
Yes.
No, but colleagues, please, let's listen to each other very carefully, because this works for government, because government will make money from the day this scheme is open for everyone who is dismissed. Because the proposal by the committee is a member of the fund who does not qualify for pension is entitled to one-off payment. But now that means, you see what you're saying here is any member of the scheme,
Who does not?
whether you qualify for pension or not, the moment you're a member of the scheme, you are entitled to whatever you have contributed there. That's what. So the change is superfluous.
I think what we should consider is, has somebody earned whatever he has got at a specific time? If I've already earned by what I've paid, which is mine, and I've also earned the one of government, why do you want to withdraw the one of government? You should leave it to that person. Actually, you want to punish him twice. You have dismissed him.
That's different from what we are discussing.
And I thought
It's
those were
different.
almost
It's
coming.
different. That's 38.
Madam Chair.
That will maintain as it is. Yes.
Madam Chair, the way I'm trying to understand the amendment from the committee, if you have been contributing to this scheme, but then you leave the service and you do not qualify for the pension, then they give you what you have contributed and what government contributed for you, and you go. And I don't see any problem with that. Yes. Just like members of parliament who have not served, who have not served for 10 years. And are not 45 years. If they, for example, you are not re-elected in the next term after serving 5 years, they pay you what you have contributed and what government contributed for you at once, and you go.
Because you don't qualify.
So you don't qualify for the pension, Madam Chair. No, that one, that's a different case.
The question here is that I have joined government. I have worked. For you to qualify for a pension, you work for 10 years. You work for 10 years, you're in your 12th year. You are dismissed from government. What happens to that person? Eh?
Madam Chair, I think let us also create some discipline, Madam Chair. In such circumstances, where somebody is dismissed from service, you are dismissed for a reason, a wrongdoing. I think this person should, if you are dismissed, you should not qualify for the pension. Because, yes, you should not qualify. You should be paid your money and you go because you're a disgrace. You're a disgrace.
How can you be a thief to an individual?
Yes. You have been dismissed. So you should be paid what you contributed for the 12 years and what government contributed for you, and you go. Yes.
Yes, Jana.
Chair, when I look through, it appears that the proposal by the committee sought to just qualify points A to D. And that's what they have summarized, who does not qualify. They are saying the same thing. Only that for them, they have chosen to use one word, who does not qualify. And the Attorney General is saying the same thing, but he has listed conditions when you don't qualify to be termination, dismissal, abscondment, etc. Because you don't qualify for pension if you are dismissed. That's what we are saying.
Yes.
If you are dismissed from office, you are entitled to a refund, but you don't qualify for pension. So for me, I think
rather
maintain as it is, because I think they are saying the same thing differently.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, as a committee, our opinion was that if you are, say, dismissed after you had served for a longer time, that qualifies you. Our interest was to protect such. But again, from the explanation given, it is the fact that dismissal is taken as, or termination is taken as a punishment. So it acts as a deterrent or to restrain people from going against the required etiquette, so whatever it is. But, well, I concede.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
39. 39.
Right Honourable Speaker, 39. Clause 39 is amended in sub-clause 1 by substituting the word board, the word fund. And the justification is to provide for applications to the fund.
No objection, Right Honourable Chair.
I put a question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. And there is a
Clause 39 as amended.
I put a question that clause 39 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. There is a
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. There is a
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
44. Chair.
Clause 44 is amended by deleting the words, if that member has not received any retirement benefit in relation to previous pensionable service. The justification is to provide for payment of the balance on pension for past service.
AG.
Right Honourable Chair, the justification given and the action being taken are different, because here what we are saying is that if a person leaves the employment of government, say retires from government but is a pensioner, and then he happens to join, say, another service, not Parliament, because Parliament is excluded, another service, and he wants to continue with his scheme, he can continue with it, but they must take into account what he has received already. You cannot. So if you remove this, then that means if he has removed half of, you have taken 5 years of his pension, now you get him back in service, you add that back, which would be wrong. It would be a double entry. So this one is, we propose that we maintain it, because it is just saying if that member has not received any retirement benefits in relation to previous pensionable service. So if he has received that benefit, then because some of them take lump sum, others take, so that's very important.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
I concede.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
47, Chair.
Clause 47. Is amended in the head note by deleting the words computation of, B, by deleting subclause 2, and the justification is to delete the additional pension under subclause 2 since a member is entitled to both pension and gratuity under subclause 1, in addition to the rights and remedies under the Workers' Compensation Act, Cap 233.
I agree, Right Honourable Chair. In fact, we thank the committee very much for this, because I think the contract already provides for gratuity. Now we have also made another gratuity in the law. It would have been. We thank you. We concede to this deletion.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 47 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47 as amended.
I put a question that clause 47 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
48.
Clause 48 is amended in subclause 1 by deleting paragraph A, and the justification is to align Article 254(2) of the Constitution of Uganda and harmonize with Section 70 of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, CAP 232.
AG.
Right Honorable Chair, I think Clause 254 is saying, Article 254 is saying, pensions shall not be taxed. But the Constitution does not say a pensioner does not pay his debts. Now, if a pensioner has a debt with the government, but you expect government to continuously pay this person, but is not paying the taxes to government, I think that's unfair. Tax is payable. If a pensioner owes government tax, government should not be expected to pay the pensioner, but the pensioner should not be expected to pay the tax. So if there is because you can have a pensioner who is doing business, he's doing business, owes government tax in that business. It is his private business. But you're saying that he should be paid pension but not pay government tax. That's not correct.
Madam Chair, in our own pensions, we have exempted our pension from being from tax obligations, even attachment. And now here, when you are dealing with others, you want it to be a different story. So I don't know how it reflects out there when we are processing this. That as Parliament, you are protecting yourself, and those who pay the taxes and pay us, you are exposing them. I think it becomes unethical on our side.
Yes. Madam Chair, I think we are mixing the two. What is in the current bill is talking of a debt, not taxes. We are saying that a pension, gratuity, or other allowances granted under this act shall not be assignable or transferable, and shall not be attached, confiscated, or levied upon in respect of any debt or claim, except for purposes of satisfying a debt due to government, or a debt relating to a tax due and payable. Now, what the committee is talking about, just hold on, listen attentively. What the committee is talking about is this constitutional provision. Now, the constitutional provision says, a public officer shall, on retirement, receive such pension as is commensurate with his or her rank, salary, and length of service. Then it goes on to say, the pension payable to any person shall be exempt from tax. Exempting it from tax means that your pension is not taxable. However, if you owe government any taxes, then the taxes can be recovered. So the two are different. Yes, we are not taxing the pension. It is a debt.
Attorney General, the committee is saying to align Article 254(2) of the Constitution and harmonize with the Section 7 of the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Now, Section 70 says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other written law, where a judgment or any other against a member of retirement benefit scheme is made, no execution or attachment or a process of any nature shall be issued in respect to the contribution or funds of the member.
Right Honorable Chair, I am going to say this without any fear of contradiction. Any such law which says that we are trying to make it in consonance with 254, which says, because 254 has said you will not tax that matter, that pension. Therefore, if Parliament comes here and says we have now levied 20% on pensions, that law will be contrary to Article 254.
But there is no law which says that a pensioner does not pay his taxes. Or there is, in fact, no law which says that a pensioner's money is immune from attachment. Now, that regulatory framework that you're creating, colleagues, it is actually wrong for us to say that a person who owes government money should be paid by government money. That's the principle of offset. I owe you money, you owe me money. But you want me to pay you, you don't want to pay me.
AJ, so can we say this Section 70 of the UBRA Act is in contradiction with the Article 254(2)? Because for it allows to...
Right, Honorable, it is saying that this pension is not attachable.
Yes,
but
no execution, no attachment, or in a process of any nature.
Yes,
shall
but
be issued in respect of the contribution.
It is not tax. Tax is the one thing that you cannot tell someone not to pay.
Even Section 54 does not talk about tax.
Yes.
But tax also is all a function of...
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. Right Honourable Chair, we seem to be mixing the two schemes, the DB and the contributory scheme. When I make my contribution of 5% and government makes its contribution of 10%, this is not government's money. It ceases to be your money. It is money in the scheme, managed by the scheme. They will invest it, and eventually it earns and given to the rightful people. So don't say that the person who owes government money is being paid. No, 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 no. It ceased to be your money at that time when I contributed and you also made a contribution. Now we are confusing this with a direct benefit scheme where only government is paying. This scheme we are making is a different one. An employee will contribute 5%. The sponsor contributes 10%. Immediately you contribute, it ceases to be your money. That's why I said that the principle is that the scheme is managed separately from the sponsor. So the scheme will manage the fund, grow it, and distribute it to the rightful people in the right time. Now, at the old age of the person, like I've retired, you cannot later on come for my money in future at old age when I'm struggling to survive. So, Speaker, Right Honourable Chair, what the AG says that you cannot pay a person that owes you money does not apply, because at that time you're not even paying me. It is the pension scheme that is giving me my rightful money at the right time.
He's a custodian of my money. And also, Baka, tell the AG that he cannot tax except with the authority of Parliament.
Actually, it's actually interesting that we are making this argument while the committee retains B. It is saying you can get a court order and attach the pension. But you're saying government cannot attach for taxes.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair,
I wanted to make some more observation on this. For me, I've listened to the Attorney General. I've also listened to Honorable Isa. But I don't agree with the submissions of what? Of Attorney General. Also, Part B, which Attorney General is raising, that you can attach somebody's pension. You know, there are two systems here. There's the direct benefit, which is what is running now, which we are trying to abolish through this bill. The bill is talking about contribution. Now, just like Honorable has said, when this money is contributed, it ceases to be your money. It ceases to be your money. It ceases to be government money. There's no way government can say, okay, because you have pension here, I should, now that you owe me taxes, I should attach it. Just a moment. because now at this particular situation, the money can only become your money when it is paid to you. And if in this situation, somebody had money with you, or government had money with you, or you had taxes to be paid to government, it's until you are paid that government can sort it out with you, but not when the money is still with the what? With the scheme. So in this situation, I think the idea said by Attorney General seemed to be diverting us information.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Yes,
Honorable Chair, I'm seeing a lot of ulabalo here. I was asking a question. What is, because the pension is your money, is your property. Whether you have shares in a company, it becomes your property. Are we saying that if you have a debt, that money...
If you have a debt with the government...
With government or anybody?
No. It is with the government or a debt relating to tax dues.
Are we about to say that even if you are retired, you are old, they should just leave you with your money and be old, and yet you have debts? They just watch the money. How will they get money from you now? Because that is the only money you have. If that's the only thing you have, they'll pick that money.
Chair,
we are now saying you be old.
Chair, the question I have for the Attorney General, why should we ring fence this money against other debtors, but we open it to government? Why? The other law, the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act, is saying we cannot attach this money.
Public Service Pension Scheme working for government.
Yes.
So if you're saying why government, it is because...
Yes, even when I'm working with the Parliament, under the current legal regime, if I have a debt with the Parliament, you cannot recover that debt from my pension. You cannot. So even the government, if I have tax obligations or other debts, find other areas to get your money from my assets, but not my pension.
Jonathan.
You can attach my other property, but not my pension.
Chair, I wanted to draw the attention of the House to this matter. This matter, if we don't deliberate it properly, we are destined for battle with the public out there. And they are going to ask what kind of MPs are we. Right now, we have had MPs who die with the debt. You know, they owe other people money and they die. And you cannot go and, as he has read, you go and claim their pension. Now, for other workers, you want to say someone should go after their pension. What kind of MP will you be? This is a highly politicized issue. We must be careful.
Honorable members.
Chair. Honorable Chair.
Honorable members.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, I would not really plead, but I would ask the Attorney General to reflect deeper. Why would a government pay attention or take the concept of pension very seriously? Because that government would want to secure the future of your employees after service. Because your assumption is that after giving services to the citizens, at some point, they would not have the energy and they would not have any other source of income. And so there must be something kept for them so they can live a decent life after offering services. So then...
Honorable Chair.
So then, now, Right Honorable Speaker, some people would say, why should they go with that? The same question applies to government. Why would government wait until somebody retires?
Honorable. Much as government is creating a saving for people who do retirement, it is also not creating impunity. The issues of taxes is a citizen obligation. Yes.
Chair, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Clarification.
Why should
Honorable Chair.
government,
Clarification, Chair.
Attorney General, why should the government wait
Clarification.
until
Chair, Chair,
Jana?
there's an article of the Constitution which says that if you're a public officer, even after retirement, government can pursue you.
Yes,
I think under 164.
164
like
too.
Yes, and this parliament has made recommendations. Some accounting officers, because this will apply to these civil servants, I presume, what we are passing here. Commissioners, directors, clerk to parliament and etc. After you have left office and retire, and we find that you had caused government a financial loss of this amount of money, and you have money somewhere, why should that money not be reached? In some jurisdiction, like you have mentioned, Madam Speaker, dodging tax even nearly attracts a heavy punishment than murder. In some jurisdiction, because government must run. Government must run.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter which government.
Let him finish.
Yes, doesn't matter which government, but government must run.
And
if
one
there's
of
an obligation imposed on a citizen.
And one of the duties of a citizen under Article 17, it is, I'm complimenting what you're saying, is paying taxes.
So, I'm really in support for two reasons of retaining the provision. That for the government to run in a government, the citizens must do their part. If it is found that you had evaded tax or there is an obligation, you must be able to pay. Secondly, if court has determined, adjudicated the matter, and it has been specified here, an order of court is available,
Thank you.
then it should really attach.
Thank you. Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I had decided to sit quietly the whole evening, but I think I need to make this contribution. Honorable Chair, taxation is an election. The imposition of tax is an election, it's an exercise in choice. We choose not to tax cows, but we tax fuel. Therefore, it makes sense for us to ring-fence pensions. It makes sense for us to elect not to tax pensions. It cannot be the same parliament that elects not to tax matoke, that elects not to tax milk, that taxes...
Honorable, we are not speaking the same language. We are not talking about taxing pension. We are saying once, this is a public service fund for public servants. And once you've saved your money should not be attached, should not be removed. However, if you have tax obligation to pay to government, that is the only scenario where your money can be deducted to pay a tax obligation to government, a debt
Right,
to government.
Right, Honorable Chair, I get you. Right, Honorable Chair, I get you. But I am only asking that we exercise a discretion to protect pensions even from the recovery of tax obligations.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, let me ask this. If I have tax obligations...
Can I ask a question?
Madam Chair, there is something we need to
Can
clarify.
I ask a question?
Yes, Right, yes, Honorable.
Please.
One of the sources of this fund is from the consolidated fund.
Yeah.
Not so?
Yes, Right, Honorable.
Now, where does the consolidated fund get money from? One of them is from taxes. Now, if you cannot be able to pay the taxes, how will you get this money to be given to you, the 10%?
Madam Chair, the tax obligation
first of all,
is
Madam
that
Chair.
I am doing. So government should be able to recover the tax obligations from that business. The pension, Attorney General, the pension is a social security That is why it is ring-fenced. It is supposed to help you
Madam
in
Chair.
a time when you are not able to work.
Information.
Clarification.
Madam Chair, and to add-
Information. Information. Information.
Madam Chair, information to add on that.
Linda.
Madam Chair, to add on that, we have seen scenarios.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to share the same sentiments with my colleague, because a pension is a social security. Now, if you tax, a scenario comes that you're going to offset the amount of money which is being...
Honorable members, I want us to look at 48.1. A pension, gratuity, or other allowances, or other allowance granted under this Act shall not be assignable or transferable, and shall not be attached, confiscated, or levied upon in respect to any date or claim, except for purposes of satisfying a date due to government, or a date relating to a tax due and payable, or an order of court for payment of periodical sum of money towards the maintenance of a child of an employee of whom the pension, gratuity, or other allowances have been granted.
Madam Chair, that's why we have a problem, Madam Chair.
Where do you have a problem from?
Where I've just read. Because
Which one? Which one do you have a problem?
Where you say...
Chair, the problem is in...
Where do you have a problem? A or B?
A and B.
No.
A and B,
B, I
must
will
be
not
deleted.
remove B.
Because Madam
I
Chair,
will
look
not-
at a scenario.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
B can remain.
Madam
B can
Chair.
remain,
Honorable
but one
members.
should go.
Honorable members, we shall not remove B. Because you are the...
B can remain,
Listen.
but let's remove A.
Listen.
But B can...
We are not removing B because you are the same people who drop your children left, right, center. You don't want to take care of them, and we shall leave B.
Madam Chair, let us remove A.
Chair, we
remove A, Madam Chair.
Whom do I pick?
Chair, I
Me.
am here.
I'm already moving.
Chair, I want to agree with
Okay,
you.
all of you sit.
I have a problem with A.
Hedakas.
We can keep B, but remove A.
Hedakas.
Yes.
Chair, I have been listening very carefully. The clarifications I'm really seeking from the honorable member saying we don't redeem this money is, are we saying that people should live irresponsibly even when they know they have money, and then in the end they should just be let to go? That they are protected, that we should protect them because, okay, listen, I listened to you, that we should protect you when you have lived irresponsibly. You have not paid your debts, so government should just leave you to go because you are now at a point where you are vulnerable.
Can you behave? First of all, I am telling you, tax obligations are your responsibilities. The Constitution is very clear under Article 17 that one of your duties is to pay taxes. We should not run away from paying taxes.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, Clause 48 stands part of the bill.
With amendment, Madam.
And control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause
49.
Clause 49.
49. Clause 49 stands for. I put a question that clause 49 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I put a question that clause 50 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I put a question that clause 51 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I put a question that clause 52 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I put a question that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
Clause 54.
Clause 54 is amended in subclause 1 by deleting paragraph B, and the justification is that subclause 1B is deleted because the bill does not make provision for special contribution.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 54 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54 as amended.
I put a question that clause 54 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I put a question that clause 55 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
Clause 56, Chair.
Clause 56 is amended by inserting immediately after the subclause 2 the following. The board shall present the report at the annual general meeting of members. Justification is to correct a drafting error.
AG.
No objection, Right Honourable Chair.
I put a question that clause 56 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56 as amended.
I put a question that clause 56 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
57.
57 is amended by deleting subclause 3. Justification, a consequential amendment to the amendment of clause 56.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 57 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 57 as amended.
I put a question that clause 57 as amended stands part of the question. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
58.
58 is amended in subclause 4 by substituting the words for each financial year, the words every 3 years. Justification, 1 year is too short a time for an investment plan to be effectively developed and implemented.
AG.
No objection, Right Honourable Chair.
I put a question that clause 58 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58 as amended.
I put a question that clause 58 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I put a question that clause 59 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
Chair.
Clause 60 is amended by substituting for the words 31st March the words 31st December. And the justification is to coincide with the fiscal year of government.
Government, AG.
Well, Right Honourable Chair, the fiscal year is 1st July to 30th June. Now December is actually making it half of the fiscal year. So
the financial year.
The financial year should be, I think we should do it in March so that the reports can be made in time to make the necessary financial provisions. That's what my reading was.
So you're maintaining what is in the bill, Chair?
Chair, 60 says the fund shall, in each year, all annual general meeting of the members to be held at least by 31st of the calendar year. And our opinion as a committee is that Because you produce the report, but also have sufficient time to prepare for the annual general meeting. And our thinking is that 31st of December is appropriate.
That is half of the financial year. In June.
Right, Honorable Speaker, here we are saying 6 months after the end of the financial year, which is December.
Yes. Calendar year.
We
Okay. AG.
The financial year ends in June. In under clause 56, we have given 6 months for the annual report to be prepared. That is by December. So the 6 months runs from July, 1st July up to December. So I support this amendment.
The challenge was we have 6 months. If you read 56, we have 6 months within which to prepare the report. But you're also saying now we must prepare the report and also have the AGM. Because now this one is for having the AGM. So 6 months to December, you do the report. Then within 3 months, by 31st March, you have done the AGM.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not later.
So if we leave it this way, we will find that if we say December, then we'll find ourselves having to do the report and the AGM within that period. But this one was allowing us 6 months by December and then before. So if you do it earlier, you do it the other way. So I propose that we leave it as March, because that gives us 3 months from the time of the report.
So it remains as it is. I put a question that clause kiss stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 61.
I put a question that clause 61 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. And the ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I put a question that clause 62 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 63.
I put a question that clause 63 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 64.
I put a question that clause 64 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 65.
65.
Clause 65 is amended in subclause 4 by deleting paragraph E, and the justification is to delete a misplaced provision.
AG.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I read the report of the committee, but I did not quite appreciate what the problem is here, because we are saying a person who makes an unauthorized deduction from a salary payment to an employee commits an offense. I don't know what the disagreement is with it, because I think it is something that we agree. So I don't know why we want to. I think what we are saying is that he's saying the committee seems to suggest that it shouldn't be here, but I'm saying where should it be, or where is it?
But it's here where we are talking
So
about
the problem is
offenses
that
and penalties.
It's an offense here under this law, under the Pensions Act, this pensions law, for you to deduct money. We can have that offense, but what about this one? So I don't know what it offended. I am not very strong on it, but I don't see what it offended.
Chair?
Right, Honorable Speaker, these offenses are already...
6.5.
Okay, I concede.
I put a question that clause 65 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
66. 66.
Clause 66 is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 3 the following. 4. Parliament may amend or revoke the statutory instrument laid under subclause 3 within 2 weeks, and if no amendment or revocation is effected within 2 weeks of its being laid before Parliament, the instrument shall be deemed to have been approved. And the
assuming in the 2 weeks the Parliament is in a recess. And it is like the committee is trying to determine the order paper of Parliament that it will take first priority. Isn't 2 weeks too short?
Madam Chair, it is at the discretion of Parliament and yourself to decide, but for us the justification is that Parliament to approve the instrument made under this law. At least we want Parliament to... Madam Chair, you need to restrain Honorable Asuman.
Chair.
First of all, when you look at 66(3), it says the regulations made under this section shall be laid before Parliament. It is not asking for an approval. It is asking for a lay. So meaning, for information, meaning that you first have to amend 3 before you introduce another.
Right Honorable Speaker, our thinking here was that this is a unique creation that would require a close watch by Parliament, and so it would be prudent for Parliament to have a role. But if it is the opinion of this House that we drop, we will, but our opinion as a committee is to make sure that Parliament holds very closely the processes.
Parliament already has, there's already a role at Parliament. It is laid on table. AG, what is your view? Even the annual report is brought to Parliament. The sectoral committees do the work. AG, what do you say about? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, this time for. Chair, I need some clarification from both the AG and the Chair on clause 66. Juxtaposed with the clause 64. Because Chair, clause 64 is talking about issuing guidelines for giving effect to the provisions of this Act and its due administration. Clause 66, Chair, is talking about power to make regulations. Where is the line? Where is the difference between these two in terms of guidelines and regulations? What is it that 64 seeks to introduce that 66 cannot? Just some clarification.
Additional to what the Honourable Basari is raising, Madam Chair, I have a problem. This Parliament often passes bills, and when they are sent to, the ministers take forever to actually make the regulations. And if this particular bill requires regulations, instead of using may, let us make shall. Well, let's put the word shall. And also we give a timeline, because the ministers take forever to actually have the regulations. So can we state that within, normally I prefer 6 months, but they say it takes time. Can we say within 1 year? Yes. No, when we say 6 months, they complain that they have to go through cabinet approval and all that. So, Madam Chair, I was trying to propose under 66 that can we have a timeline within which regulations should actually be completed. The chair is not listening. Madam Chair, I was stating that we amend 66 where the minister is supposed to make regulations because they take forever to actually come up with regulations. We have laws that 3 years now, 4 years, there are no regulations, and they cannot actually implement the law without these regulations. Instead of the word may, can we have shall? And then we give a timeline of 6 months.
We have created a committee of subsidiary legislation and our rules of procedure, and that committee should and must do an oversight and make sure that all the regulations are in place. But that does not stop us from saying that the regulations shall come on within a particular period.
Yes. Chair, if we simply leave it, they always hide under that it is May. So I don't have to actually make the regulations. So let's use the word.
Assuming the law does not require
No,
regulations.
it requires. That's why it's already saying that under 64, you can see 64 says the board.
64, that's a responsibility of the board on a day-to-day running.
Yes. No, but these are guidelines, Madam Chair.
Guidelines
for the
of a day-to-day
but we
running.
can't put it in the law. We can't have it here and then again have, regulations made by the minister. The regulations are intended to actually help operationalize the law.
There are regulations by the board and then the guidelines or the oversight by the minister.
Maybe, Chair, we should have allowed the Attorney General to answer Honorable Basarido's question. What is it that the board guidelines are going to do that the minister's regulations are not doing? So that we get the clarity there. After understanding that, then we can put a timeline for the minister to bring the regulations.
Right Honorable Chair, if you recall, I think when I just come to the house, that one of the first things we were dealing with was this midterm review in NSSF. One of the issues that we had at the time was complaints from people on how they were being treated, and we had constantly these arguments: how are you people treated? How are people treated? Who does what when? Whom do you go to? So in that experience, from that experience, that's where this came from. To say, look, we may not be involved in your day-to-day management, but put the guidelines there so that if we ask questions, we can answer them on your day-to-day management. But that is where the history came from. But the regulations can actually address all those issues. The problem is some of them are too minutely detailed, and some of them are actually passing guidelines for a particular circumstance. So that is the thing. But colleagues, whenever a law is written here, many times this law is implementable. If you read all these laws, many of the things that we can do here are implementable. Practically, so that when we say may make regulations for this, it is you look at the circumstance that obtain at the time and then write regulations if you feel you need them. For example, you have a regulation, we have put here that you may have an AGM. The AGM is provided for, the time of the AGM is provided for, the report is provided for. Now the regulations are how do you call the AGM, when do you call it, and that kind of thing. So those can be done by a guideline, and if we feel that they need a force of law, they can be done by regulation.
But the provision of saying that the first regulations of to implement the law coming in the period of 6 months should not be a challenge. That would be okay. I would be okay with that, because then Parliament continues with the oversight. Right Honourable Chair, I think you've guided well on the issue of regulations and Parliament and the process of Parliament and etc. When you bring regulations to Parliament consistently, in an attempt to assist the organization to function, you may actually fail it from functioning, because the process can be laborious, as you can imagine, for purposes. So,
Madam Chair, I just wanted to inform the AG. There was a particular bill which this Parliament passed. And what the minister tried to do, some of the clauses that were thrown out here, they went and tried to introduce them in the regulations. And when we say the regulations should be brought to Parliament, it is not that Parliament is going to discuss it. It is just for laying, for purposes of information, that you have now regulations gazetted. That is all. We don't discuss them. They only lay them on the table.
We have no objection to that, Right Honourable.
But those regulations are scrutinized by the sectoral committees.
Yes.
Yes, by the relevant committees.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Right Honourable Chair, the issue of guidelines, I think we may have gone for overkill, but it may not hurt to try this method, because what we are saying, we have an experience on these pensions. So let's see, let's try this and see.
You see, if you want to cure a situation the way you are describing, then with due respect, you are not going to do it with the 64. Because, as you know, 64 has no force of law. You know it very well. 66 will have force of law, because you are going to have regulations by way of statutory instrument, gazetted, and some of them will even have, when you look at the way it is worded, the way 64 is worded, if there are sanctions, fines and penalties, they will be prescribed. So I'll do my view. I wanted to raise it earlier, but I didn't catch the eye of the chair. I don't know what happened. But you see, I think if we are to help the situation, Learned Attorney General, then I think it would be important we collapse. We would have collapsed 64 and given that entire mandate to the minister by way of regulations. So what you are calling guidelines can actually come as way of regulations, have them in statutory instrument, gazetted for purposes of enforcement. That's the spirit in which I was looking at it.
Maybe let's first agree on the timeline. Let's first agree on the timeline.
Honourable Chair, I think to comfort the Attorney General, nothing stops the board from having a board manual, for example. That's in reference to guidelines. Because this is administrative and so on. The board can have a manual by which they get to operate. Most entities have, whether you call it rules and regulations, not similar to the regulations they're talking about, but some kind of administrative structure, board manual, which does not have to be within the law. So it can be taken care of that.
Jonah?
Madam Chair, first of all, this last provision, in my opinion, is to give the latitude for the minister to administer the act. And the use of the word may in this circumstance, like the Attorney General explained, it depends. For example, we have provided somewhere that the minister may prescribe a fine not exceeding 100. There may not be a circumstance that requires that fine, but if it arises, then the minister can. That's why the word may now exercise that prerogative to do that. Where we need regulations to implement the act, we have actually cited them across. The first one, for example, is under, is it 2 or 1? Here, under 1. The act shall come in force on a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument. That's already commanding. That's where we have used shall. And even when, if you look at 3, application of this act, the minister may, by statutory instrument, prescribe employees to whom this act may apply. Because we think in future there may be other categories. So you cannot now say, let the minister provide this act right now when we don't have that. So my opinion is we should differentiate between the time. Do we need the 6 months after a statutory instrument has been made, or you are saying 6 months after this act? If you are saying 6 months after this act, the minister may not actually have a circumstance where you need the regulation.
Chair, in the same clause 66 2L, where the minister in the same statutory the regulation is supposed to provide for the transfer of records of the pensioners under the Pensions Act into the fund. Now this one cannot wait for forever. We will need those regulations. Otherwise, in which way will they follow?
Madam
Right,
Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, if the reason why we have not put a commencement date on this act is to take care of that situation. Because there are some preparations that the ministry will have to make. So if you condition the minister that 6 months, in 6 months they may not be ready with those files. That's why we have allowed that.
We've left it open.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair. Right, Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Yes.
70. When you read 70.
But you've gone. It's on the same.
I'm just want to assert that already the minister is commanded that the minister shall make regulations. When you read 70, B together with 8, which says that the minister shall, in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, by regulation prescribe the manner, and then it continues. It commands, but 70, particularly where it begins, 70 subsection 3, it says, for avoidance of doubt, the government shall, upon commencement of this act, and it continues. All this shows, actually, in the immediate term, there will be issues that the minister will have to pronounce himself about in a way of regulations. So we shall have we shall need regulations earliest than we actually think. So the proposal of Sarah of 6 months is a good proposal.
I think
Honorable Aisha, 70 is preservation and payment of accrued pension rights. This is a transitional clause, and
Chair, maybe
yes, it's a transitional clause, and in its form, 70 3B, you read it hand in hand with 8.
for avoidance of
subsection
doubt,
8.
government shall, upon the commencement of this act, A, continue to pay
Then
a monthly
B,
pension for existing pensioners in accordance with the Pension Act, Cap 89, 2 monthly. So go back to 66. 66.
Chair, maybe I
66 is on regulations.
Chair, first of all, on the issue of on another day, I'll explain why shall is not necessarily mandatory on another day, because I see colleagues here insinuating that whenever you see shall, it is mandatory and may is not. There are times where shall is directory and not necessarily mandatory. But on another day, we shall discuss that. But Chair, on the issue of these, the timelines that Honorable Sarah suggests, we've argued here and advised that you see...
First of all, have we agreed that the regulations under this section shall be laid before Parliament?
Yes.
Have we agreed that?
Yes, that's okay.
That's what we have agreed.
Yes, that's
what
okay.
is remaining is the timeline, not so?
Exactly.
Now, I meant to...
Chair, may I finish maybe?
Yes, Madam
Let's
Chair.
move together.
Madam Chair, that clause 3, the regulations made under this section shall be laid before Parliament within the 6 months for scrutiny and approval. We don't leave it just hanging like that.
You see what Honorable Duro was saying? That within the 6 months, maybe you will have not finished the transitional period. So you need to give the minister latitude to go through the process and have the system start working. So if you're saying within the 6 months, you may not achieve the 6 months.
You see, we have been arguing here saying most of these bills and the laws that we pass, sometimes it just stay there for many period of time without even putting regulations. And this is just not something that we are learning now.
Honorable Court, because we saw that loophole, that's why we have created the Subsidiary Legislation Committee that should make sure that we put these ministers to check using that committee.
To allay or court's fears, Section 68 provides for repeal and savings. And 68 2C says any regulations and instruments made under the repealed act shall remain valid and binding and shall be deemed to be made under this act until they are revoked by a statutory instrument made under this act. That means even as we continue to move like without regulations, there are regulations under the Pensions Act which we will repeal through this process. Those shall be enforced. That means as the minister concludes those processes, you can still address yourself to the saved regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. AG? I see people have no homes. They want to sleep here. Yes?
Right, Honourable Chair. I propose that we keep clause 66 as it is in the bill.
I put a question that clause 66 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 67.
Clause 67. I put a question that clause 67 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 68.
I put a question that clause 68 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 69.
Chair.
Clause 69 is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 3 the following. The non-contributory public service pension scheme existing before the commencement of this act shall, within 6 months from the date of payment of the last benefit accrued under the Pension Act Cap 89, be dissolved. Justification is to dissolve the existing non-contributory scheme under Pension Act Cap 89.
AG?
No objection, Right Honourable Chair.
I put a question that clause 69 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 69 as amended.
I put a question that clause 69 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
70.
Clause 70 is amended in subclause 3 by substituting for the word redemption the word retirement wherever the word appears in the bill. B, in paragraph A, 2, Roman number 2, by deleting the words who shall elect to join the scheme. Justification for consistency where the term retirement bond has been used and defined. The second one is a consequential amendment to amendment in clause 4.
AG?
Right Honourable Chair, clause 4 was not amended, therefore the consequential amendment doesn't arise, but we agree that
clause 73A3 can change from redemption to retirement bond.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 70 be amended as proposed by the committee and amended by the chair. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Not chair, AG. By the AG. Those in favor say on the contrary nay.
Clause 70 as amended.
I put a question that clause 70 as amended.
In light of that, the wording as proposed by the AG should run through because the same words are in other clauses.
Yes, the words
to be consequential in the entire 70, not only 3.
All the that should run through.
Clause 70 as amended.
I put a question that clause 70 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
Clause 71. I put a question that clause 71 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2. Clause 2 is a definition. The drafting people will correct the numbering in clause 66 and subclause 2 is repeated. Drafting people should do that. Yes, clause 2. Numbering, it is basically numbering.
Clause 2 is amended A in the definition of employee by substituting the words or other public service, the words on pensionable terms. B, in the definition of qualifying period for pension by deleting the words of other public service. C, by inserting the following definitions in their respective alphabetical order. Administrator means a person licensed under the Uganda Benefits Regulatory Authority, Act Cap 232, and appointed by the Board of Trustees to administer a scheme in accordance with such terms and conditions of service as may be specified in the instrument of appointment. Federation means registered Federation of Labor Unions. Fund manager means a person licensed as fund manager under the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, Cap 232, and appointed by the Board of Trustees to advise on the investment of the assets of the scheme in accordance with such terms and conditions of service as may be specified in the instrument of appointment. Legal representative means an executor or a holder of letters of administration of the estate of a deceased member. Scheme means the public service pension scheme established under Section 23. D, by deleting the definition of accrual rate, annuity, early retirement, and pensions authority. Justification, to define keywords that have not been defined and to remove words that have been defined but have not been used in the bill.
Also define council. Council will also be defined and beneficiary.
Correct.
Yes. So the drafting. So we shall define council.
Okay.
Yeah, the drafting people.
Right, Honorable Speaker, council, we also dropped council.
To federation.
We maintain federation, but ring fence to public service unions.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
The proposed amendment in clause A. AG.
Right Honorable Chair, we agree to the deletion of accrued benefit across the bill. We agree to the insertion of the definition of an administrator. We agree to the deletion of annuity. We agree to the deletion of early retirement. Right Honorable Chair, we propose that the definition of employee be maintained in the bill to include other public service as we had already handled earlier. We agree to the definition of federation as proposed by the committee. We agree with the insertion of the definition of fund manager as proposed by the committee. We agree with the insertion of legal representative as proposed by the committee. We agree to the deletion of pensions authority as proposed by the committee. Right Honorable Chair and Honorable colleagues, we propose that the definition of qualifying period for pension should remain to mean that the length of service in public service or other public service. So we propose that that deletion of other public service be rejected, and we agree to the insertion of the definition of scheme. Beg to submit.
Thank you. I put a question that the proposed amendments by the committee and further amended by the AG to section 2 be approved. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 1.
I put a question that schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
I put a question that schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. I beg to move.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Public Service Pensions Fund Bill 2024 and passed it with some amendments. I beg to report.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members of the House, I beg to move that the Public Service Pensions Fund Bill 2024 is read a third time and it passes.
First move for adoption. First move for adoption.
Oh. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the whole House is adopted. I beg to move.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading. The Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister. You've come late.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 is read a third time and it do pass. I beg to move.
I put a question that the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Public Service Pension Fund Act 2025.
Title settled and bill passed. Honorable members, one thing I want to tell you, when this bill is sent for assent, a letter is written to AG. Now, if AG is not ready for that clause that he has fought for, I saw him keeping quiet because I know that when he's signing, he will say, no, I didn't agree with this clause. It will be returned. But where we have a chance, even if it came back, if we feel we need to do an amendment, we can make amendment. It's not cast on stone. But honorable members, I have these following bills outstanding. The contract farming bill, that is agriculture. The human assisted reproductive technology bill, that is health. I have the marriage bill, sexual offences bill. I have administration of parliament amendment bill. I have the constitutional amendment bill, the East African Community Mediation Agreement bill. I have the engineer's profession bill, and then the valuation bill. Honorable members, whether the chairpersons are here or not there, I want all these bills next week. I want all of them next week. We are not going for ministerial statements before we pass these bills. Either we are passing or throwing them, whichever. But in the morning, I mean this afternoon, I told you that I had a petition. And I wanted a brief on the petition to be given to Attorney General. I have handed over the petition to one of the members. Honorable Dur, give us a brief of the petition. No procedure. Under which law?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I move under Rule 30 of our Rules of Procedure to present a humble petition of the lead petitioner, Mr. Onyek Bosco Ogwal, and 11 others who jointly petitions this Parliament to review the provisions of the election of the workers' members of Parliament. The brief statement of facts, Right Honourable Speaker, is that Article 78, Clause 2 of the Constitution and Section 8, Subsection 3 of the Parliamentary Elections Act mandates Parliament and grants it power to review this representation of the special interest groups in this Parliament. This review requires a resolution supported by not less than 2/3 of members of Parliament in accordance with Section 8, Subsection 3. Your humble petitioners have noted that the election of the workers' members of Parliament for the last 25 years has caused a lot of challenges in terms of regional balance, equity, inclusivity, and therefore the northern region has missed on the opportunity to elect its workers' representative to this Parliament. In the last 25 years, the western region, eastern region, and central region has been the only regions that elected the workers' members of Parliament. Your humble petitioners therefore praise that this Parliament, by a resolution, reviews the provisions of the law relating to the election of the workers' members of parliament to A, provide for regional balance, inclusivity, and equity to allow the workers from the northern part of this country have the opportunity to elect in line with the special interest groups such as the youth, the elderly, and PWDs, who are all elected in this parliament based on regional basis. This petition is supported by the signatures of 11 petitioners, and I am now pleased to lay before this House the copy of the petition for your onward guidance, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Dur. AG, do you have what to say? The petitioners are saying, whereas when we are electing the youth, we specify this youth come from northern, eastern, central, and whichever. The persons with the disability are also distributed according to the regions. The elderly are also distributed according to the regions. However, when you look at Section 8 of Parliamentary Election Act, 8.3 says there shall be a woman, and it only talks about gender. It does not talk about regionalization, and that is the basis of the petition. So the petitioners, the humble petitioners, are seeking for an amendment of that 8.3 to include that there shall be different regions, north, east, central. AG.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I really, it is something that this selection of these workers has been the subject of many constitutional and court judgments. I think every cycle we have one where it is reviewed, but I will make sure that the Minister of Gender takes this up. This is a matter handled by the Minister of Gender. I think they're the ones who even handle the election of, yes, no. It's the Ministry of Gender. Yes, it's the Ministry of Gender that runs the non-unionized workers' elections and etc. It's not a matter that I can quite respond to, but I'll inform the Minister of Gender.
Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, we already have a precedent set in this House where we have youth who come from different regions. Persons with the disability, elderly, the only special interest group that is not representing regions is only what? The workers. It is only the workers. So, so based on that, honorable members, those people have a point. They have a point. The laws, these laws were made by us. I don't know where we had an oversight. For the purpose of equity, inclusivity, fairness. You cannot say that you don't include the North. You cannot just remain a blank law without specifying and saying this. We should have people from the East, from the North, from the West. Let's regionalize this the same way the youth have been regionalized. I am now going to ask. I am going to ask, because it has nothing to do with the financial implication. It is just a rearrangement of an existing law. A rearrangement of an existing law. So that we know this one is coming from one side, this one is coming from the other side. Okay? So, meaning we are going to realign Parliamentary Election Act, Section 8, by including the regions.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we need to be careful not to get ahead of ourselves, because I need to go and study that rearrangement, how it works, because that may be amendment, and the amendment may have to go through a process. I think the easier thing is to have the Minister of Gender who superintends over this issue.
It's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you've actually the petition is a valid one. And somebody brought this to my attention about 2 weeks ago, and he was actually happy that one of the MPs who fronted that idea, that the top 5 that receive the highest vote are the ones that should come to this parliament, actually lost. So yes, he was actually happy. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to propose that we don't only look at this. The issue of the electoral reforms is necessary. Let us make all the amendments in the Parliamentary Elections Act, and let's deal with it holistically, because it's not only that one. So, Right Honorable Speaker, you have raised a valid issue. Let us proceed. If the Attorney General does not move, we bring a private member's bill. Yes, we amend through a private member's bill.
Yes.
No, but
we need those
reforms. For information, Right Honorable Member, the Attorney General does not bring bills to the House. The Attorney General supports, whether it's private member or government member, in the bill.
Yes, just a minute.
I just wanted to provide information for Attorney General to verify. Under the Parliamentary Elections Act, we gave powers to the minister, I think under Section 100, to make regulations. If you look at the other elections, the Minister of Justice has been making regulations providing for that. So beyond the motion, which the motion generally reviews, we can increase the number, but to give guidelines on how they are selected is within the powers that the minister has. That's why the first option, like you said, is to go and study and consult with the minister, like how they have been doing for PWDs, how they have been doing for the rest. It does not take away the powers of the unions or the federations. The federations can still be guided that you elect. Just like in the NRM elections, like I understand, the Eastern Vice Chairperson is elected by the whole country, but comes from the East.
Yes.
The same
so,
with the North.
Honorable Government,
Right Honorable
Attorney
Chair.
General.
Yes.
Let me guide this way. We give you 1 week to consult with the minister. Then we'll, if we don't hear from you, we'll move. We'll have a private member's bill for us to be able to rearrange that.
I think let's put the work where it's supposed to be. This is a matter, because the issue here is that I get saddled with things that this is a matter I have not prepared, not studied on it, I've not done anything. There's someone who superintends on it. Why doesn't the petition be sent to the ministry where it is supposed to be handled, and the ministry reports back? No, this is not about Parliamentary Elections Act. This is about the election. I have told you that there are several decisions that have been made about this particular election.
You are the legal advisor of government. By the time we bring it up to you, we know you are the right person to advise either the ministry or parliament. And that's why we are giving it to you. We are giving it to you. You are a very big man in this country. You cannot do anything without going through you on matters of the law. Now, we need this in 1 week, and I therefore adjourn the House up to 2.
Speaker, I beg your indulgence as a matter of courtesy to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to you and to the committee on behalf and the members of this House for having passed this monumental bill
about the Pensions Act Fund. We are very, very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the two ladies there. Those ladies are very disciplined. Very, very disciplined. They're always here. Thank you so much. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the same spirit, let me thank you for taking us through this bill, but also permit me to thank very sincerely members of the committee that I chair. For the vice chair is here, and some of the members were here before. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to particularly thank you for sending members who are extremely committed to this committee. And some of them are people who are extremely experienced, and they played a very vital role. I wouldn't want to mention their names, but thank you very much. And
thank you. Have a blessed evening. House Adijan to tomorrow.